Of Gale versus Yippee, but before we get to that, Pat, how are you doing today?
I am doing wonderful, and the main reason I'm doing so great is because it is a Triton-Cup Friday, and they're always the best days because I get to watch awesome players play on all the maps for Splat Zones, and I love to watch Splat Zones because that's where teams are able to get the more to show the more skill. So I love to see it. I'm always here for it, and I'm glad I get to see it with you, Sasu.
Pat, me too. I am really glad on this Friday to see this Zones Only tournament. You know, a lot of teams in their scrims these days been really focused on doing Zones Only, so I think those teams that very much so focus more on that mode are definitely going to be able to show that skill off here today. But looking at these particular zones, we are maybe going to see more toss-ups moving forward. But for now, things a little bit more standard, at least for the first and last if we get to it. Map mode, starting off with Barnacle and Dime. What do you think about this map mode?
Barnacle and Dime has established itself as a classic Western map. The map where these Western teams like to go back to, and I'm not surprised that both of these teams put this map on their list. That's how much of a classic it is. That's how you can expect it. Most teams in most tournaments will be like, oh yeah, Barnacle Splat Zones, we have a plan for it, we've seen it, we've practiced it over and over. So this is a great kind of map to start the tournament with, because we're going to see these teams knowing the plan, knowing what to do, unlikely to be surprised, even if a team brings something awkward, and like you always going to see players do something a bit different. Like everybody is going to be ready for it, and you'll have these whale oil brands, which are usually the best way to know what a team is about.
Yeah, conversely, you are not going to see this map mode on my list. Absolutely not. On top of that, on the flip side, you know, people may have it in their back pocket, much like a Hagglefish, which we'll get to possibly, since I think this is best of 3, if I'm not mistaken. This can be an absolute pace setter as it pertains to the rest of the set. It's really easy. Well, not easy, but if you wipe, you're as good as locked out, and you're gonna have to find some sort of plan and find it fast to get out of your own spawn, because it's very easy for the other team to just say, nope, you're not getting back into mid, you're not gonna have the time, and look at that, there goes the clock, you've been knocked out. And it can be really hard to come back from that when that's the first thing that happens to you in a set.
That's true. Like, this is the kind of map where it's hard to come back on, and that's not how you want to start a tournament. If you get locked out in your first game, I mean, you're still fresh, you still have ways to get your head back in there. And remember, this is double elimination, so there's still more to play, even if it's a best of 3. But yeah, I mean, it's, as you say, it can set a momentum in the wrong way for a team if they get locked out. So let's hope that both teams are really able to fight each other well.
Yeah, of course. I think both of these teams, between Arrows of Gale and Yippee, are 33rd and 32nd seed. So both of these teams are very close together, and hopefully that will manifest in a game that's a little bit more close. Let's take a look at these comps starting off. Interestingly enough, we do see a Zimmy instead of the more popular Zuka mini we've been seeing these days, along with a ballpoint there out of Yoshi.
Yeah, don't underestimate the Zimmy. A big bubbler on Splat Zones can always do the work and always do so much. And right there, Arrows of Gale are taking control of the zone, but here comes the answer from Yippee. I love that Yippee has an ink brush. Ink brush always able to create some chaos, always able to get in the fight, and right now it's 2 down on the Arrows of Gale. Yippee going in and getting the splat, Sasu.
Yeah, this is going to be super tough. You see there, Yippee not only getting those splats and getting 3 members down, but as you can see, they are double coolered. So, aside from the fact that you usually have a lot of fights that you have to take to get back into mid, of course, you see 2RJ going down there. 2 of the members actually going down from Yippee. Finally, Arrows of Gale able to move back into their plat here, but still they're not able to touch the zone.
I mean, you were talking about the double cooler. You need to splat Yippee 3 times in a row in order to push them out. That's how rough it is to push on them. They're able to respawn so fast, and right now they're getting another fight. It's 2 versus 2 around the zone. Firefly with that blaster trying to keep control. Can the Arrows get control of the zone? Yes, they're able to keep themselves alive. That was a rough opening for them, but they're still in the game.
Yeah, Yippee playing a really great game of keep away. I think that Rapid is just doing wonders for their team. You see Jay here kind of backing up, making sure they're not getting caught in that blast radius, but finally Yippee able to take that that zone back, getting 2 splats there on Arrows of Gale. And we were mentioning the use of a ball point. While we have Yippee that's double coolered, they're up against Arrows of Gale that doesn't have any coolers. 2 of the members go down. Finally, Arrows of Gale making their way back into mid here.
Yeah, and they're getting back onto the zone. Bronze with that throw, able to get so many splats and almost able to get more even. Bronze is not stopping right now. He's going to be punished by the brush, but that was a nice hold by the Arrows of Gale. But again, I mean, Yippee, they don't mind getting splatted. They're always coming back faster each time, and we're halfway through the game. Arrows of Gale haven't scored that many points, Sasu.
Yeah, I think Yippee can just do so much stalling between this brush that's sort of everywhere all at once. You know, Arrows of Gale able to get down to 69, which is nice, but when you're constantly getting these picks, and just like zombies, they are just right back. It's so difficult. Finally, you have 2 members going down from Yippee. Of course, Arrows of Gale moving their way back into mid, but not without being checked by that Rapid. You see a double by Yashi here on that Inkjet, and right now they're just trying to take more space so that they can move into position to possibly try and lock out. But I guess Yashi moving back a little bit here, being a bit more conservative, but finally the score starts ticking down for Arrows of Gale once again.
Yeah, the Arrows finally able to really take control of the space to push Yippee out, and Yippee now, for the first time I think, they have to make a proper push to find their way to push forward as the Arrows are defending as much as they can, and suddenly that's where having double cooler is kind of to their detriment. They're lacking tools to really push their way in, and the Arrows of Gale are holding the zone. The crab tank able to create some space, and right now that's going to be enough. Yippee takes back control of the zone, applies penalty, which means they keep the lead.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it is a double-edged sword to have that double cooler because their retake is just kind of poor when you think of what they're running. And honestly, a poor retake on somewhere like Barnacle and Dime can be absolutely brutal because if the other team does push you up to your spawn, you know, you're a little bit SOL. But we see a point-blank Crab getting 1 pick down, 2 members going down from Yippee, but paying right back. That is going to be 3 members down, I think, from Arrows of Gale. So right now they are counting down, and this is an absolute crucial moment where they're going to have to cap.
And that's another cap for Yippee right now, reapplying penalty. They're not able to push the Arrows of Gale out, but they're able to come in and apply just the right amount of paint. That's all they need. With 10 seconds left, if they do that again, that's going to be game for them. But the Arrows of Gale are still around the zone trying to fight it. Can they get back on the zone? Oh no, Yippee caps the zone in the last second, but they retake it! We get overtime, Sasu, and it's so close, but with 2 players down on each side. Who's gonna get it right now? The Arrows need to paint. They have their Zini next to the zone, but the bubble is so far from being on. The crab tag was not able to cap for Yippee. Can the arrows hold right now? They need to keep the paint on.
Yeah, this is an absolute bloodbath, and I think right now Arrows and Gale just trying to hold on right now. Two members are going to go down, but they don't have the paint, and they lose the lead that they've had practically the entire game. Yippee going down finally, despite the double cooler here.
I mean, Yippee got an explosive opening, and you were talking about momentum before that game. I was worried that was going to happen, but in the end, they were resting on their laurels a little bit. They thought they were simply that all they needed to do was just repaint the zone every once in a while. The Arrows of Gale managed to hang on and really show what they're able to do once they are in control. That's game number 1 for the Arrows, but Sasu, that was such a close one.
Absolutely. Like you said, I think they were both at the end like, we just have to cap over this, when really I think Yippee's win condition may have been to secure the splats first. Of course, they've got that rapid, and the brush can kind of get paint down, but you know, you don't look at a brush to paint. So I think ultimately they were always going to lose the painting war, so they just had to win the 1v1 battle. But that is the first game in the books. We will be heading over instead to ship-shaped zones. And I have to wonder, I'm assuming we're going to have a stick on that whale, but wondering if we're going to see any sort of adjustments, seeing how that last game played out.
I mean, that map is very much defined by, do you have the tools to cross the gap between your spawn and mid, that huge open space, and do you have the tools to punish your opponent for trying to cross open space while you have more range than them? And we'll see which team brings the extra range, which team brings the extra tools to push in. I feel like this is a bad map for double cooler, and I think if I was Yippee, I wouldn't bring back double cooler for this map, because you need tools to cut the distance to get in, and tripling strike is so much more useful than cooler on this map.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that some displacement specials would really do wonders in a place like Ship Shape, and this is another map that has brutal retake. Where you can just get absolutely punished when you're not able to move forward into your own court. Taking a look, I think they certainly don't have us open in another tab. They said, screw it, we ball. We're still going with the double cooler, and I think maybe a lot of sort of real estate put on this crab, because I will say, really strong crab map, especially if they're able to set up on that top right.
Yeah, that crab is going to be a deciding factor of everything Yippee does, especially because they have double tactical and a hammer. The crab is the only tool they have to really solidify their presence, to really control the space right there. And it's the Arrows of Gale taking control over the zone early and winning the paint war.
Yeah, I think that Yippee had a bit of a struggle on that opening. I think, Timothy there overextending, and it feels like it's just going to keep happening. Several members of Yippee are really sort of not out of position, but RJ shutting me up right there. Definitely going to get a double before going down, but I think ultimately, like we said, you have to be able to take that space to try and push up to that space there. But you see James just going down from being double teamed from 2 members of Yippee.
Yeah, Yippee, very nice push right there. Able to take control, able to set themselves in, and now they're under the spawn. Timothy trying to get in, but alone against too many players. That's going to be a send back to spawn. Right now, the Arrows get a push in. Can Yippee get that defense on? Huge bubbler by Crashmat right there. Able to get the double. The hammer is deployed, but that hammer is now completely surrounded. And able to get away with it. Yippee holding the zone. Penalty was not applied, Sasu. It looks like Yippee are on their way to a KO.
Yeah, wow. And I just realized as well that I probably, it's silly I didn't realize, but Arrows of Gale also running double splatling there. Obviously, Mini a little bit, more light, but I think after those picks, Yippee just had an easy walk
Mm.
down to getting that KO. I feel like perhaps after such a close game and then having this strong knockout here, they feel well poised going into this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Yippee brought the same plan both games in that
Hmm.
they were going for the fight as much as they could, knowing they have the tacticalers and hoping to win these fights. And once they were in control, they simply maintained the chaos, got all the splats that they could, and this time it worked. The Arrows of Gale now going into Hagglefish Market will have. We'll go back to a more stable map, more of a known
Hmm.
quantity, which should allow them to come back in a bit more easily, I guess.
Yeah, I think that one thing of note is when you are double coolered, you can kind of Leroy Jenkins your way into the other team. There are no consequences, especially if you're something like a brush. You can just overextend, go down, and say,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm back. So I think that's going to be super difficult for Arrows of Gale, not to mention Yippee, I think, has that rapid, and I think that can be really challenging to go up against on a place like
Yeah.
Hagglefish. You're trying to paint the zone and you just have this rapid, very obnoxiously just chipping away at you.
Mhm.
So I think Yippee probably going to go into this next game, much like they did the last one, and just throw everything at them and just never go down permanently.
Yeah, and one special that we've seen a lot, and that is very, very good on Hagglefish, is of course Crab Tank, which has
Mm.
been a defining special at this map. And both teams have their Julies, both teams have their Crab Tank. So really, the team that's able to set themselves up to have that position, never mind that's not a Crab Tank Julies, but there's one on the side of Jay. So, so
Interesting.
mhm.
Yeah. We do see that Timoth, rather, I've been saying Timothy. I've been reading
Yeah.
that incorrect. Timothel, I guess, has changed. What are they called? The Sparkle Dualies,
Mhm.
um, the Twinkle Dualies, and
Yeah.
that, of course, has Bubble. Bubble, classically very strong
Ooh.
on a place like Zones. You have two members
Yeah.
already down on Arrows of Gale, so Yippee moving forward just as we expected. There's that bubble to sort of anchor them in front of that zone section, but once again they are going up against a ballpoint and a mini, which are basically engineered to check people who are overextending, but we'll see if any
Ooh.
of that sticks since they're all coolered.
Yeah, well, EP are going in, are trying to get more and more right there. Arrows of Gale fighting to get out of their spawn, are able to get back onto the zone. Fizzy bombs are flying towards it. The jetpack is deployed. The jetpack able to establish control for the arrows. 2 down onto a Yippee. That is pretty nice control right there. And Crash Mat is able to push a bit more. There's a big bubbler that's ready for the next push from Yippee. Arrows of Gale right now with a nice control over the zone.
Yeah, I guess now they're mirror matching a little bit in terms of these bubbles. You have Timoth going up there with a bubble of their own, trying to paint over this zone. But immediately, Arrows of Gale, I think they've got, I don't know, they've got a lot of that paint, and they've got the crab tank that Yippee does not. So that is going to be the differentiation that gets them that zone. And you see that really nasty pick there from Jay.
I mean, right now, Arrows of Gale, no penalty, and under 30 ticks, they're a very nice spot, but they lost 2 players. It's a 2v2 right now, Sasu around the zone, but TP is able to get huge moves by Timoth right there with the Julies, and with that bubbler, they're staying around. All of Yippee are coming back in there, and the crab tank from the arrows is forced again. Arrows of Gale able to hold control of the map, the zone, but a huge penalty was applied onto them.
Yeah, it feels like this is really coming down to a game of specials. There's just a lot of neutrals, a
Hmm.
lot of dualies dodge rolling around the zone.
Yeah.
And ultimately, like we were talking about that rapid, but people not really
Oh.
going down, being chipped down. But with three members down, I think that is only going to be the Splat
Oh.
dualies, and they get mowed down as well, resulting in a delayed wipe. Uh, their penalty isn't that big on Yippee, so they might be
Oh.
able to eat through those fairly well, and they are doing a fantastic job of holding this space. So if they can just
Yeah.
hold on a little bit more, I think they may get this lead.
Mhm. With their presence to the side, they're keeping the fight away from the zone, and they're doing an incredible job at it. But they lost a few too many players. Sasu, Yippee, able to get back onto the zone, but not able to cap yet. They need to paint. They're on it right there. And with that extra plat, they should get the zone. Yes, they're still alive in the game, but that's a very, very nice take of the lead by Yippee.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because that penalty was nothing to sneeze at, but you see
Mhm.
they're already getting through it. Timoth with a really tactical jump back, but of course, Arrows of Gale, anytime I see them in this mid position, I just know that they're at a really good advantage. Of course, that bubble comes out from Crash Mat, and I'm sure they will be getting their crabs soon. So
Yeah.
this is kind of
Oh!
a battle
Oh!
of specials, and they are currently losing it. Three members going down from Yippee, and they are so close to this knockout.
Yeah, that was a delayed wipe in favor of the Arrows of Gale, which means they get this game. They get this set. That was a close first set that we got, but the Arrows of Gale are going to move forward.
Yeah, you see both of these teams are very close in seed, and this is exactly why we went all the way to a game 3, and there was no way to really call it at any point. Like in that entire game, it just, like I said, I think it came down to the specials, and it may have been a critical mistake to necessarily go double cooler and forsake their
Yeah.
crab here.
I mean, that's how you said double cooler is a double-edged sword. You have the fast respawns all the time, but if at some point you're pushed out, you have one less special to displace your opponent to really force your way in. And the Arrows of Gale were able to hold strong, were able to hold the zone and get the game, which means they will advance onto the winner's bracket. It's not the end of the tournament yet for Yippee. They still have more to show, but it's going to be on the lower side. As for Sasu, we're going to take a very short break so we can join the next lobby. And we're back to Triton Cup 1 on I. I'm still Pat here with Sasu, and it's time for round number 2. This time it's going to be Inxels Maria, very much a very well-known French team that we've seen for ages, against Pickup Name, which I'm pretty sure is a picker. Though that would be a cool name for a team.
Honestly, that's so goated. Imagine being Pickup Name, just calling yourself Pickup Team, and you guys are like an established.
Don't.
It's a negatory from that. I think it'd be kind of. I love an ironic name, but no irony to be found here. Starting with our first map mode, and that is going to be Mega Mart Zones, which I always love to see because, like I say, Pat, he who controls the stacks controls the game as it pertains here, and I love seeing the AoE and the plays that happen on those stacks. What are you thinking?
I agree with you. I mean, these stacks are in control of the dynamic of the game. They're the ones that decide who can move forward, who can move in, and we'll see which of these teams is really able to get control right there. I mean, on this map, again, it's all about that control and of the stacks. Yeah, as you said, it's.
I will. I was gonna also say, like, as much as about Mako Mart, both of these teams, I'd argue, have to set themselves up for success by winning this. Going into Crab Leg can be so brutal that I feel like I'm like, listen, we have to get this dub. We have to get the win for Mako Mart, because Crab Leg, if the other team just spawns in with a leader, if you are an edit team and they have a pencil, it's a little bit GG's. So just for a little bit of safety cushion, both of these teams I feel like are really going to want to set the tone by calling it a day with Mako Mart.
Yeah, I mean, that's you want to win every game if you're a player, but for sure, especially in a best of 3, especially on one of these classic maps, you want to establish yourself. Let's see how these two teams are doing. And yeah, by the way, this is Inxels Maria. They love their dynamo. They love that's the kind of comps that they like to run. A bit more of a classic comp on the side of the pickup.
I will say we have this edit here from Mario Min, and as an edit player myself, I could not hate edit more here. It does not feel good to drop your charge to swim up one of those stacks, but so far we have a back and forth. Neither of these teams, honestly, this is feeling almost like a haggle game with how both of these teams are a little bit more focused on painting the zone off the bat than getting the picks. You see Team Master putting up that bubble and taking that space, getting a pick and saying, listen, let's start this off. Enough of the neutral. I'm diving in.
And right now, it looks like Pickup Name were able to get a few points, but Inxels Maria are now in control with the zip and the crab tank. They're very much establishing around the stacks and forcing Pickup Name to come back from their spawn, fight their way. Who can they get in? Yoshi able to get the splats right there, and it looks like Inxels Maria has the full control.
Yeah, absolutely. You see, they're already down to 54. I think they're kind of positioning themselves to see just how much pressure they can put on to just stop Pickup Name from getting in. Already their shot goes down, and all of their members are trying to go down, but 3 of their members are down. It's just their junior who has their bubble right now, and I think that Inxels Maria just has so much AoE that none of the members of Pickup Name can afford to drop.
Inxels Maria getting in, and the aggro dynamo getting splat after splat right there, not stopping. That's a huge game number 1 for the Inxels.
Yeah, I see maybe why their name is Splato. They're calling their shot with that name. Splatos really kind of the MVP, but the entire team I feel like there was a bit of neutral until there just wasn't. And then we saw a bit of spawn camping because they were just not ready for the Dynamo.
I mean, and you're not ready for a Dynamo flanking into your spawn, getting in there. But I mean, that's how good Dynamos like to play. They like to surprise you with angles that you don't expect them to see. You don't expect to see a Dynamo behind you, but that's where the Dynamo is the most dangerous, and right there. That's game number 1 for Inxel's Maria. Now going on to Crab Leg. It's harder to get the flanks on your opponent. You don't have as many ledges, which means Splatos will have a bit of a nerf on here.
Yeah, I would actually argue if Inxel's Maria is able to get a good amount of splats off the top, then it's actually going to be super tough for Pickup Name because you have that snipe section. Of course, they don't have a pencil, at least as of now. So not necessarily a backline is going to be up there, but if they get the sufficient splats, if they get a really strong opening and everyone is just in their spawn, dropping is going to be a nightmare when you have a Luna just under there setting up camp. You have a Dynamo that comes out of nowhere. So actually say that I think Inxel's Maria might be looking at a good matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, on here, I mean, we could see a bit of a weapon swap for both teams because this is a map that demands the most range, that demands really to be able to set yourself up on the grades and hold control or hold the range, whereas Mako is very much a map that enables you to simply run forward as much as you can. So we'll see who is able to change. If I remember correctly, Inxels have a Hydra on their rank, and I wouldn't be surprised. Well, no Hydra. Nathendo is sticking to the ballpoint right there. Meanwhile, Mario, with a pencil, will have the extra range, and we'll have I mean, that range advantage on the grades will help them a lot.
You know, I'm starting to realize I have a lot of sayings for these map modes, and just like I say, he who controls the stacks controls the game. Here, range is king. So so far, you already have 2 of those splats down on Inxel's Maria. That pencil, I think, really getting to work and making sure they get the paint down and they chip the other members out. And, you know, I think you were right. There's a lot of short range going on for Pickup Name, which is a bit of a curious pick on a place like Crab Leg. But I think all you really need is the crab and the pen, and you might be set up.
Yeah, and right there, the Crab, the Pen, they also have a Zuka, they have the tools to really cut the distance whenever they want. Right now, though, Inxel's Maria are getting onto the zone, getting into the fight, not able to apply penalty yet, and we're a Bubbler. Pickup are still holding the zone pretty strong, as I say, that the zone is taken by Inxels, but, I mean, right now... Pickup Name were able to get a huge first lead, and there's already 2 down onto Inxels. As you said, the range is king, and that pencil has the most range.
Yeah, BP, you know, at the end of the day, it is still a Splatling, and as a Splatling player myself in edit, you just get hard countered by these chargers that sort of get to sit up here for free, really, almost undisturbed. Anyone who tries to go up there is just immediately going to be checked, protecting the pencil. But 2 members down is going to give the control of the zone over to Inxel's Maria. Finally, you see Tony on that blaster trying to chip out that pencil, but it's not going to happen. They get countered pretty easily.
Yeah, and Pickup Name able to get the retake, able to retake the zone right there. The Crab Tank is going to be punished as well. That is huge move. Right now, Inxel's Maria will have to wait a little bit before they can push in, because that Crab Tank is kind of key to their ability to get space.
You know what I'm noticing? Aside from the fact that they're lacking in range, they're also just lacking in timing. I pointed out that a lot of these are short range shooters happening on Pickup Name, and you see several of their members going down. A really great avoidance of that splashdown. But in those short range shooters, they're shooters, and they're just fast, right? We have
Yeah.
a blaster and a dynamo. It's just not looking good in terms of speed, and I think that's why Pickup Name has largely been able to just mow down the members of Inksoul's Maria. Not to mention, they just have so much paint, but so far they've had a really strong hold, so maybe this might be the one.
They're holding very well, able to stop the crab tank, but not able to stop the Junior from getting onto the zone. Pickup Name is back in control. I mean, Inksoul's were able to make a huge dent on their penalty to catch up in terms of score, but still a bit behind, and with a minute and a half left in that game, Inksoul's Maria right now, they need another push. They need to retake the zone, and they need to retake it strong now. Yoshi has the crab tank ready. That crab tank is going to be deployed. Everybody from Inksoul's is following on to the attack. Can they get control? Oh, the flank onto the crab, that is huge right there. Can Pickup keep the zone? They keep the zone right now.
Yeah, I don't think any of the members of Inksoul's Maria is necessarily in a position to ink over that zone. And I think Pickup Name just did a fantastic job outpacing and outranging largely Inksoul's Maria. So that is going to tie us up at 1-1.
Yeah, we are now 1-1. Both of these teams have shown their strength, have shown their ability to take control and not let the other team really play their game. Pickup Name right there, really using their range and, as you were saying, their speed to their advantage. When they were able to get in, they were all running in. Whereas, like Inksoul's Maria, when the crab tank was deployed, they also activated the jetpack, which means they only had 2 players to go in. One of them was a blaster. That's pretty slow in order of pushing. And they kind of paid for it right there, which means we are 1-1. We are going on Robo-Roman, which is kind of between the 2 previous maps. So I love that we have that as a conclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. And Inksoul's Maria that did really well on having those flanks on our first map mode. Of course, going to have some of the best flanks, I'd argue, in the game in Robo-Ramen. You do not want to see a Dynamo on that bottom right just harassing your pen or your edit that's set up on Snipe. Not to mention the crab. I think that the crab can also do really strongly up on that wall section. So I think this is going to be a free-for-all that puts everything into perspective, like you said, in those last 2 modes, because you can just be in that elbow being chipped out by a pencil, but at the same time, maybe for only so long until that blaster just chips them out and kills them on the flank. So super excited to see how this tiebreaker goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's very close between these 2 teams, and again, we have 2 strategies, 2 play styles, 2 comps that work differently, and right there we get to see which one works the best, because in terms of mechanics, in terms of coordination, both of these teams are really showing a similar level, and very much it's going to be anybody's game. Comps are not gonna change. It's working. It's very much about making the plan work on this map.
Yes, we have a change back from Tony from, I think, that custom blaster back to Luna with, I think, an opening gambit as well. So looking to get those easy picks off the stop. Yoshi's going to get an early pick with that crab, but a really smart bubble is going to kind of shut down that crab from doing any further damage. So right now, Inksoul's Maria has that early lead with the the zone, but gonna pass, gonna really set the tone, seeing as though 3 members have gone down from Pickup Name.
And Inksoul's right there in control of the zone, cleaning to the side, no flanks for Pickup. And right now it's on Pickup to find a push. I mean, they have the crab tank deployed, the bubbler is ready as well, going on to the zone, will allow them to paint a lot, but they're not able to take it there yet. The crab and the bubbler were not enough, Sasu.
It's these flanks. You have their
Uh-huh.
AoE members just
Oh,
making sure that they are
oh,
absolutely harassing on the flanks. 2 members go down on pickup name, make that I think a total of
oh.
3, and it is just an absolute skirmish. You see that Inksel's Maria is running away with this, and these flanks
Uh-huh.
have made all the difference for them. That
Yeah.
bubble comes out, but so does the crab. I don't think it's going to be enough, and that is going to be a clean, I think maybe 100-0 run for Ink Souls Maria, giving them the set.
Yeah, I mean, it's as if Inksels knew where the pickup was going to be and pickup name. They didn't learn, they didn't know that Splatos was going to be behind them to the side, punishing them left and right. Great game by all of Inksels Maria right there, really taking control, not letting pickup do anything.
Yeah, I think several times we saw the crabs deployed just to sort of ball up because there was someone on the flank giving them pressure. So they're completely, not paying attention to maybe what it is they should be and getting their picks due to those distractions. So I think that Ink Souls Maria obviously doing a really strong job. Honestly, Robo Ramen almost felt like a counter pick. How comfortable they were with this map mode, but really fantastic job from both of these teams. And of course, pickup name gonna try and make a run in losers bracket.
Yeah, we're going to take a short, very, very short break. Our next game is already waiting for us, has been waiting for us because we had gotten game freeze. We need to go there. They're angry, so let's get there.
Hello and welcome back to Triton-Cup 109. I'm still Sasu here with presumably still Pat. Uh, and we are looking at, I took 8 years of Spanish in school. Paris Saint Lupe or Pauli. Exactly why I am just not in a good position to say this name. So I'm going to give that off to Pat.
Yeah, that's PSG going against Zip Minush.
Minot.
Zip
Oh
Minush.
wow, they're coming for me today with these names. But we are Dapple Productions, and this is a generally EU tournament.
Yep.
I'm the one who's the odd one out. But speaking of odd one out, we have a bit of not a completely unusual map mode, but unusual in that it's got 2 zones in Umami Ruin.
Yeah, I love that it's got 2 zones. I love the way the double zones change the dynamic of the game, because you need to take more control in order to apply penalty. You need to fight more for it, and especially with that block between the 2 zones, you really have to go around. You really have to take more control. And I've seen so many teams really coordinate better on this map and simply keep control of one of the zones so that penalties never applied. And that way win games simply because they have that extra coordination.
And you know what, Pat? I'm going to make you a promise here on stream that I will not complain about any of these teams failing to paint the zone and putting it in their own custody, because that does happen from time to time. But I'm sure both of these teams will lock in. But interestingly enough, before it escapes me, we do have a nozzle nose, the new one with Jet, which is a little bit rarer to see, especially a rapid, instead of choosing to go the one that does the new one rather, that has that cooler, they're going the one I think that has Jet. But already you have several members down and a really solid control here from PSG.
Yeah. So that rapid deco, that's the rapid pro deco, which has whale and is very good at holding space. And especially on this map, I feel like you want to have it, but you don't want to have it in front of a Slosher. Slosher is still very much a slaying weapon that is getting the splat. Zip Minush is going to take control over the zone. Now it's their turn to hold.
Yeah, you have Fruit making sure to get that paint down, and more importantly, has those strikes, but not for long. Flash coming at them with these hits, getting a double before finishing out their entire special, moving forward to put this in neutral. But I think perhaps they were cooler, because we are going to see those strikes coming out, and Flash just trying to move forward here and possibly pick up, but 2 of those members are going to go down for PSG. And I think that Zip Minush in a really good position to ink both of those zones, and especially with this crab, have a really oppressive hold.
Yeah, and right now Zip Minush still in control of the lead. They don't have that much penalty. We're still early in the game. And Paris Saint Lupe is trying to go in. They already lost their Zap can. They get onto the zone. They paint both. Very nice, but they're still not able to push Zip out of the zone. And Tame going in, getting one splat, forcing one of the player away. That is Zip Minush with penalty applied, but I don't think they mind that much because they keep control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tame doing a really strong job of just being everywhere. It's so skirmishy almost, just tearing through people like paper, making sure to get that paint down. And then also, rather, I said, I think I may have said Zap, but of course this is a splash, so it's got that crab in the absolute worst place for a crab to be if you are PSG. So this is really tough on.
We've been following Tame for a minute, and Tame is still alive and kicking and being such a nuisance right there. Zip Minush only 30 ticks away from a KO, but with 2 players down, it looks like PSG is going to take the control, are going to be in there, but that was a huge hole by Zip.
Yeah, and very funny here, we're seeing Magno.com going up against the .zips while they're trying to take this space. Of course, the cooler comes out. Amen being really tactical in getting that pick, but is obviously going to go down, and I think that is a total of 3 members down, a little bit delayed between each other by Zip and Manouche. So PSG in this position to try and, I think, paint once again for these strikes. The Kraken's gonna come out, and with a really great jump out, yeah, they're gonna get out of there, but 3 members down is going to mean we're gonna see a change of hands in terms of the zone.
Yeah, and that is Zip Manouche still in the lead right there, painting around. There's a lot of purple on this map right now. PSG, they have the jetpack ready, but they need a bit more than that if they really want to take control. Dragib going in with the bucket, able to get some aggro, has the strikes ready, but he's still in a fight. He's going to be punished with it. Zip still able to hold their control. Again, penalty applied. They don't mind because they're still in control of the map.
Yeah, we do finally see those strikes come out. Not quite able to displace that pencil, but I don't know. It just feels as though Zip Manouche has like this death grip on the zone. We are just seeing so much purple. Anytime we're looking at a bit of an overhead, you see that Kraken comes out. There's not many spaces to move, but of course they're going for that pen, trying to get those picks. 2 of their members down. That is going to be a total of 3 of them down, and with 11 seconds left, I think they might be able to close this out.
Yeah, right now Zip are holding the zone, getting more splats. Nom going in for the kill. That's going to be game 1 for Zip Manouche. But Sasu winning best of 5 now.
Yes, there is more games to be played. Of course, we're always worried about things like momentum, but when you're in a best of 5, you've got 3 games to lose before it's all over. So both of these teams, I'm sure, getting a bit of a lay of the land with each other first. And you see, I think actually Nom, maybe you said going for the kill there. I'd argue going for the clip. They were able to get a few picks before that, and it felt like even though they were probably aware they were all set with that game, they're like, listen, I need to get this kill before the game is up. Not quite able to secure it, but we will be heading into a map mode I don't quite like to play on if I can avoid it, but neither of these teams can. Ink blot zones.
You don't like Inkblot?
I will never
Why?
choose to play. What do you mean why? There's a huge stack in the middle.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've heard people say that, and I quite agree. Playing on Inkblot is almost like playing on a zone that has 2 zones. It's so hard to flip the zone because of that huge center stack that it's just so annoying that you can't just wipe the entire team and then immediately flip it, because you guys are doing ring around the rosy around this huge stack in the middle trying to flip.
It's I mean, there's a bit of that. It's you need to get control of the zone to take it, and I think that's the virtue of the map, to be honest, because you need to get that good push, you need to get that control. You can't simply sneak your way in and paint the whole map with one junior. You have to have a coordinated control over the zone, which in a competitive setting is always a possibility. Right now, Zip Manouche are gonna take early control with a crab tank to help. They are getting a few splats right there.
Yeah, and you know, I will give it to you that you can't quite cheese this zone. Obviously, out of neither of these teams are we seeing something like a Dread that you've seen a lot more often in a zones game. But finally, PSG, after being able to secure a lot of those picks, going to make their way up to this court area to their spawn. That Kraken is popped. I think maybe gonna get 1 pick, but being the only person left on their team, Nom Nom holding their ground despite the fact that I would expect that they would just jump out, and still there. Wow, what is Nom Nom thinking here? I have to wonder.
That's the power of a gal with wool. You can stay wherever you want to and be annoying about it. Zipminush right now still scoring points, not Paris and Glyphus are scoring points, not letting Zipminush get in. The Kraken is deployed by Nom Nom, and Nom Nom is going to get you with that Kraken. That is huge. That is Zip going in there. They're gonna get control of the zone off of that Kraken.
I think I know now what Nom Nom was thinking there. They're like, listen, I'm a gal. This is free. He's about to get 2 Krakens in a row. What are you seeing? What happened?
They didn't take control of the zone. They didn't paint the zone enough. And PSG is back on the zone. Only 10 ticks left.
Oh my gosh, you're completely right. This is like a Nubabi moment. Getting 2 people down, they are once again painting, and I don't think there's enough time to paint over that. That is going to be a sort of maybe blunder here that loses them a game and ties it up 1-1 in this best of 5.
That Kraken gave them 2 players advantage, and they didn't manage to even paint the zone. I mean, you said that that zone was hard to paint. That's true, but I mean, they should have taken full control off of that. PSG able to simply keep themselves around, and I mean, huge game by them. Very nice. Hold on to the zone, which means we are now 1-1.
Yeah, and headed to the dreaded Barnacle and Dime zones, heading back to the mall, see what we find while we go window shopping, and quite frankly, not going to be as unforgiving as maybe an ink blot where the other team just not able to match your painting power and just paints over it and steals it right from under your nose. This is, I would argue, a little bit more honest of a game. Of course, you have those annoying flanks, but other than that, when the other team gets the kill advantage, there's no way to overcome that kill advantage. You have to take those several fights to get back into mid.
Yeah, I mean, right there, it's about the control. Like most zones, it's about very much taking control, not letting your opponent. Right there, PSG took a huge game. I feel like Zip had the better fights in game number 1. PSG very much had control of the pace of the game in that second game. Going into Barnacle, controlling the pace is very important, as you know. If you're able to push your opponent away, you can stay there.
Yeah, and I also have to note that I think that Zipminush, of course, has a really good retake, I would argue, in having that crab as well as having that Kraken and those strikes. They are just saying, do not push us, we will come at you full force. And already you see Zipminush with a really strong opening, getting that cooler out, so any members that go down are going to come back. But listen, PSG comes back full force, getting that pick before recalling from that Zip and taking control into their clutches of the zone.
And Nom Nom not able to find the splat this time, but able to create enough chaos to take control of the platform. Oh, never mind! PSG right now getting all the splat, getting all of the control, and with that extra splat, that's a delayed wipe. That's them very much forcing Zipminush to find a way in. Right now, PSG has a huge hold, and Zipminush needs their specials to push their way in.
Yeah, like you were saying, I think that setting the pace of the game is way more important on a map mode like Barnacle and Dime zones. And like I was talking about, I think that Zipminush has some really strong retake. For a second, they contest that zone, but not before they lose the fighting game, as we mentioned before. And with those members going down, I don't know. I don't want to call it too early. 3 of those members are going to go down, but yeah, I did think they would take that because too many of their members went down, and this is a massive map. There just wasn't enough time, I think, to get back into mid and paint over the zone.
I mean,
These are 2 unforked games back to back.
I mean, they're fortunate for PSG.
Yeah.
I mean, it's right there. Zip Minush, they like to win through fighting, whereas PSG are more of a positions team. And on a map like Barnacle, positions is going to win. That's how it works. Now, going on to Macomart, you always have your way back in. The map is much smaller, and you have so many ways back onto the zone. You have so much cover that allows you to sneak your way through, get something going. I feel like Zip Minush will have opportunities to unlock the game 5, but right now PSG, these last 2 games, they've taken control and they haven't let Zip Minush paint the zone.
Yeah, but I would argue we saw on stream Ink Soul's Maria. I think it can deceptively seem as though there are several ways to get back in, but obviously we aren't seeing weak retake necessarily. But if the other team is running their AoEs and if they're ready to camp underneath those drops and make it so that you're just kind of huddled in your spawn, it can be, even though retake not necessarily what you super think of when you think of Mako Mart, if I think the comp allows it, sometimes they can just completely shut you down and make it so that you can't get into that mid. So
yeah,
gonna be interesting to see how that plays out, or if we see any switches.
We could see a lot. We're reaching that point of the tournament where teams are talking, teams are strategizing, and let's get in the game, see if they change things right now. On the side of PSG, we see Luna, the Black Luna coming in with that hammer, along with the
And a wiper.
And a wiper on the side of Zip Minush. So both teams are very much adapting for the map.
Yeah, I do like to see that. I think that personally, because of the verticality, there is a strong need for AoE on a map like this, and a lot of teams too stubborn to really change for it. I myself go from edit to Tri-Slasher here because I want to just terrorize people on those stacks. But you see, so far, no one able to quite get that zone, even though, I don't know, it seems as though having that left stack, you would think that PSG would be able to get that zone, but it is going to go into the hands of Zip Minush starting off the top. So right now they have the control, but we'll see if those strikes change that.
The strike supply penalty, Zip Minush is going to try to retake immediately. But as they're trying to do that, all of PSG is going in. It's 2 vs 2 right now. Nom Nom getting a key splat with the wiper, looking to get another. That is huge. Nom Nom is going to cap the zone with that wiper and is now activating the hammer, punished for it. The hammer is not as strong as the wiper, it seems.
Yeah, I think that delayed wipe, really good for them. And you see one of their members going down, but it's not going to be enough to stop them from painting over that zone and taking it for themselves. But I think I saw 2 of their members going down, them of course being PSG. So Zip Minush, this pencil in Clawley, looking on this from the safety of this left stack, trying to chip out the members and getting that splat on the strikes, but I think maybe should have been focusing a little bit on this zone, but does get flanked and only realizes it at the last second, with Flash getting 2 of those picks and taking the zone for themselves. That's a triple.
It is, and right now PSG are done with their penalty, looking to get more points. Glash is going in, is going to get a sneaky splat. And still next to that ledge. They're not going in too much. They're just happy to take control of the side right there. And with that, they're such an annoying spot right now. With Dragiv going in with the slosher, maintaining more control. That's 2 down, though. Can Zip get on the zone in time? There's only 30 ticks left.
Yeah, but those strikes are going to come out, and I will say that Strike's really strong at very reliably capping the zone when it comes to Mako Mart. You see 3 members down on PSG, and that's not the first time we're seeing that. It seems as though they're going down a lot to either delayed wipes or just their pencil being the only person who's able to stay alive. So Tame getting that paint down, sort of managing. And one thing I will give to Zip Manouche is I think that they've been really wise about actually both of these teams about not overextending, trying to hold their space and making sure that they just kind of wait it out and really wait for those strikes so that they can try and paint over them, though it seems that almost neither of these teams have been super effective in painting over strikes, to be honest.
Yeah, and right now Zip Manouche is about to take the lead, Sasu, and they still have a lot of control. PSG doesn't have much time if they want to get back onto the zone through dodging to the side, but Flusher is still alive. Can they paint the zone? It's a battle of paint, and that battle is won by Zip Manouche. We are going to a game 5.
Wow, tying it up. You see, despite the fact that those strikes would have painted over the zone, they come out a little bit too late. And yeah, after all that skirmish, after all the dust has settled, Pat, we are at a tied game right off the start. It felt as though, I don't know, these teams were just sort of back and forth with who had the dominant game, it felt like to me.
I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw both of these teams very much let in, do the job, do what you need to do on this map. It was very much both teams had a good plan, had a composition that made sense, and in the end it was the execution, and the execution was slightly in favor of Zip Manouche right there, able to get the hold. And I mean, the strikes were incredibly key right there, because as you said, both teams were kind of struggling to paint over the strikes. And even when one team would just let the strikes cap, thinking, oh, we can recap after, as they were busy trying to repaint, the other team would rush them, get control. These strikes really decided the pace of the game. And going into Hagglefish Market, we're going to see how that evolves. We're going back to a more flat map, so I guess we might see some of these weapons that we saw on Mako go back into the drawer.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless any of these weapons would like to just pressure the pens that we're now seeing. Like I said, I've got like a Rolodex of names, and I call Hagglefish zones the great equalizer, because I think more than any zones map, every single competitive team from top level to low level has in their back pocket a game plan for this map mode above all. So usually you see a lot of neutral, someone being very cheeky with a flank, and specifically that flank coming out of Zip Manouche is going to be a crab, which is absolutely devastating. 3 members gonna go down off the top, and that is definitely I think a mistaken cooler that we're seeing there.
Yep, but PSG is going to hold control right there. The strikes are going in front of the zone. That's what you want to do, to take control, and it's working so well. 2 down on Zip Manouche. PSG right now are maintaining all the control, but there's still someone behind them. The decapitator with that bubbler is going to force them to get out. I mean, they're completely flanked, and that's Zip Manouche cleaning up right now.
That was crazy, especially because you could see there that PSG was aware that there were probably people flanking. And I feel usually a flank only super works if nobody knows they're there. And despite people being fully aware, they still went down. So we do have a change of hands. Zip Manouche going to get the lead and popping this crab to put a little bit more pressure in the spot, just like we saw in Mako Mart. Both of these teams being very smart not to overextend here.
Sasu, we could have a very, very quick game right now. PSG needs to go in. If they miss this next push, they're dead right now. It's 3 down. They're on the zone. They're still in there. That's PSG taking control. Now they need to do to Zipminush what Zipminush did to them. They need to hold for long.
Yeah, that changed over at the blink of an eye. I feel like I wasn't even able to like process it before already PSG had gotten their hands on that zone, and because they had like I guess little to no penalty, they're already making their way through here. And one thing about Hagglefish is that you can really just not be able to go back into mid super easily, but I think with 3 members down, PSG, that is going to be the end of their push, and we are just past, I think, halfway through this game, so all of that action, and there's still so much time left back.
Yeah, Zipminush right now holding as much as they can. Nom Nom going in with the Decapitator, getting one, almost getting a second splat. That would have been huge. But PSG are still in this fight, activating 2 specials to get onto the zone. They know they need to paint it, but the crab tank is punishing them. There's nobody to push in. The penalty is almost done, Sasu. PSG needs to paint right now. They lose their zap. They lose everything. It's only the rapid, and that's delayed wipe. Zipminush is going to get game number 5.
Yeah, you know, I think they just didn't have what they needed at the end there. I kept looking up at the UI to see whether they'd get those strikes and be able to sort of turn that last game around. But when I didn't see the bucket illuminating with their special, I was like, I think that may be GG's, and GG's it was indeed. We're gonna take another look at these final seconds where we were able to sort of call it early because that jet does come out late and nobody is positioned to really move in there. So really close set, a lot of shocking, unfortunate games, but it is going to end with that really strong hold from Zipminush, sending PSG, I think, down to losers.
Yeah, that's a big victory, honestly, because these 2 teams were so close. You play the tournament to have these close games and show that you're the better of the 2 teams that are next to each other. Zipminush, they get a prize. They get to fight a team that is likely to be a bit better than them now in the next round. But I mean, that's also why you play tournaments.
Yeah, and also why you guys watch tournaments. I'm glad to be watching this set with you, Pat, here on this Triton-Cup Friday. But we are going to take a short break to kind of calm down from the tizzy that was that set, and we'll be right back with you, so don't go too far.
We are back with Triton-Cup 109. I am Pat with Sasu again. And this time it's going to be Blanks going against 1004.
You know what? I see this team all around, and I've casted for them several times, and I feel like I always said blank C, but I didn't realize maybe my brain is simply rotting within its skull because I never thought to pronounce it blanks.
I was like you for a while, and then I asked them, and they told me that it's pronounced Blanks.
Then why that they will be getting a strongly worded DM from me. This C being capitalized, throwing me off. But we are seeing a brand new map thus far on the stream for the tourney, and it is going to be the. Is it fair to say dreaded? I'll say it because I don't like it. It's Wahoo Zones.
It's, I wouldn't say dreaded, but it's very much one of these maps where the map has a lot more impact on how you're going to play than other maps. There's these maps that you can play kind of however you want, like Barnacle and Dime that we're going to have in Game 3. You can bring any comp you want. You can have so many different ways to play it. On Wahoo, the control of top mid is so important. This small zone is so key, and this is the kind of map where at some point one team will be able to push the other team away, and you have to be ready for that. You need a plan for a retake, and a retake on here is pretty rough.
Yeah, retake some of the roughest in the biz for sure. And this zone you're talking about, this little zone ripe for the taking from a reef slider. So we're gonna be on the lookout as to whether 1004 or Blanks is gonna come out with a very annoying tread, tetra, dapples, anything else that has that reef slider that may just make it super difficult, but also some displacement specials, because I think that having something like strikes or something to that effect can just lock out the other team. But we're seeing bubbles from both of these teams, and of course I was just talking about displacement specials. We've got that S-Blast with the Booyah Bomb.
Booyah Bomb. I mean, that zone has the shape of put a Booyah Bomb at the center of the zone, you're gonna get the zone. So that's a very, very nice pick right there. And we see an absolute slaughter. Both teams are throwing their players at the zone. It's going to be Blanks taking control right there with only the splash on the side of 1004. Able to survive and stay to the side to maintain some presence, but now they're splatted, and Blanks is holding control, and already very early in the game 1004 need to find their way back in.
Yeah, super interesting, because right off the top we saw two members of Blanks going down practically immediately, and yet 1004 not able to really move in and capitalize off those picks. So right now, more than halfway through their points, Blanks just continues with their really dominant push. No one able to come in through the right, and despite there being an active crab, they are just shaking it off. We have High Stream here, hello there, but they're gonna have to work harder than that to get in and get that zone.
They got the splats, can they get the zone? They don't have much time. Blanks staying on top and not letting 1004 do anything right there. That was 100-0. Incredible control by Blanks. And I mean, they put the map on their list. They better win on it.
Yeah, and here we see exactly why it's on their list. They just have it clearly in their repertoire exactly how to play this, because it felt as though 1004 once again just not able to capitalize off their picks. We saw a double here from High Stream before they tried to rush in and immediately got checked. So definitely a really strong showing, 100-0 for Blanks. But if I were 1004, obviously not the opening you want, but Wahoo is pretty unconventional. unfortunately, with the two zone situation in Undertow, this is also a little bit less conventional than the two we have after it, but I would kind of just be like, listen, this is a best of five. We can still lock in and take this. Wahoo's a bit of an outlier.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to another outlier, another map that is kind of unique. It's double zones. I never hide my love for the double zones, so I'm happy to see that on Undertow Spillway. There's one thing in common with Wahoo World as well, is that the middle of the map is the narrowest part of the map. And that changes a lot how you're able to push, how you're able to hold.
Absolutely. As well as like whether you have weapons that are just strong flankers. I feel like the dualies, I believe on Blanks was doing a really strong job of just like keeping a lot of control, and sometimes you're set up and then just a weapon like a brush, like a short range shooter, just flanks and guns you all down from behind. So I think a lot of it is about keeping your space, keeping your wits about you, because even though there's a really small, narrow space for those zones in the middle there, the map itself is quite large.
Yeah. Let's see how things go. This time we have a Reef Slider on the side of Blanks. The fact that they didn't bring it on Wahoo and now they're bringing it here. I mean, they have their plan. They think differently. We don't know how they work, but right now it's 10,004. That's going to take control of the zone.
Yeah, my first thought, clearly they know something I don't. They know the meta that fits and suits them. A bubble going to go up in zone there, and I think Bourbon getting a really strong pick. 2 members down on Blanks is going to mean that 10-04 yet again able to take the zone, and I think they're just doing a phenomenal job of keeping the space and making it, I don't know, impossible for Blanks to go forward at all.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now, Blank's able to apply penalty, but not able to score much points. They lose a point, Sasu. That happens sometimes. And right now, 10,004 back in control of the zone, but there's still Yoshi coming from the glass, putting a tiny bubble on the zone. That's not working for Strawberry in there with the Decapitator, getting the splats and forcing Blanks out. I mean, 10-04, they're losing players, but they're still in control.
Yeah, it felt as though 10-04 maybe giving them a taste of their own medicine. This was playing out a lot like we saw in that Wahoo game. I have to imagine that perhaps this was their pick, and they know exactly how to go about it, because you see, it just felt as though Blanks was just making absolutely no progress. You see that Reef Slider gonna get immediately punished, not gonna get anything done, and they've made it down to 69, which nice enough, but with 2 of their members going down, I think that 10-04 has got this.
Alright, now 10-04 back in control. 2 minutes only have passed in this game, and so much has happened, Sasu. Right now, Blanks are trying to get their way back in. The bubbler is defending so well. That's Zimi, still so much of a menace, and now 10-04 are done with their penalty. They're gonna make more points.
Yeah, High Stream here, just trying to check anyone who overextends, and I feel like, you know, one of the hardest things is that I mentioned before, Blank's not able to really keep their space, which is shocking, seeing as though they have a junior with bubble, but it's just not helping them in any sort of way. You see a 2v1 happening, and that is going to close out the game. Very briefly, they had the zone out of their hands, but they snatched it right back and would not let go, tying up our set 1-1.
So we've had 2 very unique maps. 2 maps that really you have to play differently than every other map. Now we're going to go to Barnacle, which is a different deal, and especially he's like a more classic map where we can expect both of these teams to have a plan, to be ready for it. So we've seen both teams on their map choice get the edge. Now we see the map that is a common denominator, and I can't wait to see who is able to be on top on the map that both teams chose.
Yeah, plus we might see more out of that reslider, but I don't know. 1004 had a really dominant game, not just in the gameplay, but the group fit we saw at the end there. So I think that's going to help them with their momentum going into this. But like you said, both of these teams definitely going to be prepared for this. Not going to be any sort of scattering, and we see those Dapples have gone back into the back pocket in favor instead for that Crab Splat dualies. But speaking of Splat, one member already going to go down from Blank, so now the name of the game is making sure they don't wipe, they don't go down, and they don't lose too much space.
Blanks right now, that's still going for the fight though, with Yoshi trying to go onto the zone, is going to be caught. 1004 are holding that zone and are still pushing in. The crab tank deployed by Blanks will be punished instantly with another splat by the blaster. That is 1004 getting all the control right there.
This is absolutely brutal. You talk about retake. They have quite the mountain in front of them to try and get. Of course, Bourbon really set up to try and get that pick, but they are going to go down on the side of Blank B immediately with that Crab. And once again, I think we're in a position, I don't know if they have the time to physically get back into zone. That Crab comes out, but it's not going to be enough. That is a 100-0 push for 1004. Once again, dominant in the gameplay, and as we're about to see, dominant in the group fit.
I mean, Blanks, they started so strong in that game one. They had that huge KO that made them look so incredible, so incredibly in control right there. But 1004 reacted, learned how to fight against them, and right now, Blanks is on the ropes right there, and one game away from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I obviously, like you said, best of 5. They're looking to bring it home here on Robo Ramen. Once again, not mattering who counterpicked whom, so to speak. Not necessarily counterpicks, but it just doesn't matter because both of these teams are going to be ready for this. But I think it just goes down to the fact that both of these teams are running a bubble. I think bubble really imperative on these zones maps, and Blanks is getting a little bit less out of their bubbles than 1004. I think they can take that space set up, and then it's really hard to remove them. So maybe with more flanks, Blanks may be more poised to take this game. But you know, 1004 has a lot of momentum going on right now.
Yeah, that's very much true. It's on Blanks to switch up their game, to adapt, to change something, because right now what they are doing is not working. 1004 are in their heads, are winning, and that's the Red Dapples.
Red Dapples? I'm looking at the Hydra, not just
the Hydra. I'm sorry, but here on Dapple Productions, I have to point out the Dapples first. I'm legally obligated to, otherwise Alice yells at me. And right now, but that's 2 down onto 1004. It looks like Blanks, the changes they made are kind of working.
Yeah, with that order of operations, we will turn back to that Hydra, and may I turn your attention to the fact that they are running double bubble because they have the Hydra and the Junior, and I think Blanks... Oh, wow, yeah, you're right. Both teams said double the bubble, double the trouble, I suppose. And, you know, maybe that will assist Blanks from using the bubble more advantageously, seeing as though they're already in the lead. 2 members going down from 1004, and with that cooler out, they are trying to position themselves in that elbow to just mow the other team down.
I mean, right now, It's 10-04 who are in a rough spot, struggling to get back onto the zone. The pencil is there to stay, but all of Blanks are waiting for it. Can they hold though? It looks like 10-04 will be able to get onto the zone. So many bubblers are being deployed, and there's also a wall for Blanks. It's very much non-stop defense for both of these teams.
Yeah, but you do have a jump out. However, 10-04 able to keep this zone. I think waiting a little bit, making sure. Wow, we have a crazy pick that felt like almost like a soul read, making sure to get 2 before going down. And I think we're gonna have that change of hands. Counter bubbles on each other here before going down, and this is just a bubble bath, one could argue.
Very much a bubbler every single corner of. I mean, we're gonna see more bubblers. Every push, every counter push. There's another bubbler on the zone to defend. The Booyah Bomb is going in, able to paint a lot thanks to that decavitator right there. And, I mean, 10-04 still have the lead, Sasu, but they're losing a few too many players as Blanks are on the hunt right now.
This is what's so wild to me is both of these teams are looking down sort of poor retake because of this double bubble, and you could be really pushed into your spawn and absolutely mowed down. So the fact that neither of these teams are afraid of that, and neither are just pushing forward to try and take advantage of that poor retake, very surprising, but I think we're going to see a change of hands here. Blanks taking back that lead, and I think now that that cooler is out, the Booyah comes out, trying to displace the other member. Is going to get 2 picks, and I think trying to seal the deal there, but yeah, they're in a hard position, especially with this Hydra that's going to have to jump out.
Yeah. I mean, 10-04 able to retake control. They don't have that much penalties as to, and with a bubbler in front of the zone, they're now on that elbow trying to push in, trying to get more fight. But of course, there's a babbler to answer on the other side. Can Blanks paint the zone in time? It looks like they're going to lose the lead right there, but they're able to get 2 splats, which means they retake control and they have plenty of time to come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite frankly, especially because they're coming up against a pencil, that Hydra can actually be a huge deterrent and kind of oppressive because that pencil's not going to want to be caught from it. You see a trade there, but not an equal one. 3 members going down on Blanks though, and they're cleaning up to make sure there are no Blanks. And with this final minute that we're currently in, and bubbles galore, as you can see, we're gonna, I think, see 10-04 go forward, but whoa, we are just, a lot's happening, Pat. Oh my gosh.
But, I mean, right now, 10-04 are just a few points away from winning this, and they're holding strong. Blanks not able to get back onto the zone in time. That is 3-1 by 10-04. They have mastered the bubble.
Yeah, they come up on top in the battle of the bubble that we see here on Robo Ramen, and very funny seeing these counter bubbles and the like. But I think we called the bubble use really early on in the set and how that was sort of putting Blanks at a disadvantage, that they weren't quite able to capitalize off of those. And little did we know, bubble use would be what it boils down to at the end of this set, truly.
If we've gotten another game, like, do they get more bubbles? Do they get 3 players
go triple bubble?
I wish we could have gotten a game 5 so we could have seen the triple bubbles.
Oh my, triple bubble on Umami would have just been
There's
so
2
silly.
zones, you need more bubbles.
Yeah, both one for top mid and then one for each zone. That's the meta, clearly. Lots of fun in that set. See, this is why I love a Friday Triton Cup with the bubbles, with the zones. But I think once again, maybe will we be taking a short break until we go into the next match? I know our next match is waiting for us, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to be going to a little break. But just in case, we might just blink out and come right back. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back before you know it. Hello and welcome back to Triton-Cup 109. I'm Sasu still, and I'm with my buddy Pat, and we're going to be taking a look at MD versus Distinct. That is our second seed versus our sixth seed here in what I believe is winner semis.
Yeah, we're getting far into the tournament. This is indeed the semi-finals of the winners bracket. Distinct were able to get the upset against Durand-Guard in the quarterfinals, which means they get to fight MD right now. MD, 4 top players are ready to fight them. I mean, it's it's the same script that we've had the previous set, Sasu, which is the team that likes to get upset going against the top level picker.
Yeah, and taking a look at these map modes they're staring down, quite frankly, not much to see here. Of course, Maki, our second game, which we will be seeing, is the first time we're seeing it on stream. But all of these, sometimes you're like, listen, we're not so good on this map mode or what have you. It happens on very standard map modes, but that being said, these are very standard map modes. Both of these teams should be well practiced on these places. But we're going to be starting off with Umami Ruins. Unfortunately, not with Triple Bubble, I would expect. I mean, they could surprise me, but not with the expected Triple Bubble that we might have gotten out of that last set if it went to a Game 5.
I don't think we're going to see triple bubble.
Bet your channel points, chat, on whether we see Triple Bubble out of MD and Distinct. And I hope they have us open in another tab and they just say, listen, we gotta do it for the meme, and where they just spawn in Triple Bubble. Who knows? I know.
I mean, there's meetings, Sasu, and then there's semi-finals of Triton-Cup, and at some point you gotta play serious a bit.
Very true. I'm sure both of these teams are very locked in. But, you know, that being said, sometimes we see some funky choices, of course. Like we saw the double zone with the Reef Slider, which I find is less likely to see unless you one-trick a Reef Slider weapon like Dread. But I think Umami is all about the pacing, like we talked about before, because it's so easy to contest both of these zones. Sometimes it's in your best interest to just leave it in neutral. So we'll see how both of these teams deal with this map mode.
Yes, we'll see indeed. And let's get right in the game. On the side of MD, we see, of course, the Elite from Devin. And that new Octobrush that has Autobomb and Kraken. I think that's the first time I see that Octobrush played competitively. So I can't wait to see it.
But speaking of new to competitive, I think I've seen a little bit of it, not often, but that new Big Bow, the one that has Jet, probably one of the few usable kits when it comes to bow. But with 3 members already down, that is going to be a delayed wipe on Distinct. MD really asserting their power here. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit worried for Distinct, seeing as though looking at their comp, they've got little to no paint. So they might be in a bit of trouble here.
In MD, they're very much top players. They're so dangerous. And look at these moves right there with the brush dancing around, maintaining so much presence, forcing Distinct to wait before any push. We're only 30 ticks away from what could be the end of this game. And MD is still very much in control with Ips dancing around with the zap, getting an extra splat. Right now it's 2 down on Distinct, and Distinct has no way in. It's MD completely getting a lock on this map.
Yeah, definitely a super oppressive hold. I think that, you know, just winning their 1v1s, really, it's so easy to get into a position where you're just panicking, really, on a place like Umami, when the retake can be that brutal. Not to mention, of course, when you have a leader just staring you down in top mid, you're essentially hoping not that you outmaneuver them, but that they miss.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Distinct, they like to run that bow and roller comp. That's kind of part of the deal with them. They use that to surprise their opponent. They know that people are not used to play against a team like that. But when you're talking about players the caliber of MD, they're ready for it. They've seen everything. They know how to play against that. They've seen Distinct play several times, and they're ready for it. And it's very much different to play an unusual comp when you're going against a team that's waiting for you, that knows how to play against you.
Yeah, and it doesn't hurt that, when you're just up against players who have those strong technicals and that strong game sense in really top players, eh, you just have so much working against you. So Distinct, of course, has a really tall mountain ahead of them, but you have to just sort of take it game by game. And speaking of which, our next game is going to be on Mahi Mahi Resort. So I'm going to be looking for those AoEs and generally to see the pacing, because this is another place where retake can just get nasty, especially if the other team gets onto your plat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's another of these classic maps, where, yeah, as you said, these team fights can be incredibly punishing, can go one way or the other, and it looks like MD are not switching comps. Distinct, I'm not surprised that they're sticking to their guns. That's what they like to play. And we'll see how they're doing right there. Distinct already onto the zone, trying to paint, but U-Snipe is flanking with the Stamper, getting on top of their Snipe and chasing Mooj away, but he's going to be punished by acing. It looks like Distinct is getting a much better opening than they got in game 1.
Wow, that definitely felt like watching mice run away from cats at the beginning there, but Mooj still not going down, gonna pop that jet to see if they can get any picks. It is absolutely imperative that Distinct just tries and bullies MD to stay on their own plat, but Mock's gonna come out here and get a pick, which is going to enable the rest of their team to come back in here. So that's gonna be a full wipe for MD.
Yeah, with a splat on Tiger, MD is now taking control. Can Distinct push their way back in as Mux is going in, splatted by the curling? That is huge. Right now, 2 players down on MD. It looks like Distinct are finding their way back onto the zone. The Booyah Bomb is forcing Ips to move back, and Distinct, they keep the lead and they get the zone back.
Yeah, and you see Ips going backwards there. I feel as though MD willingly giving up a lot of space, allowing Distinct to sort of press them, and one of their members goes down, but they have a lot of specials at their disposal, but it's not going to matter if those people go down. That is 3 total going down to the hand of MD, and I feel as though maybe that step back was a bit tactical, just waited to get their specials, waited perhaps for them to overextend, and now MD trying to get that lead because they've got a very little penalty.
Oh! Good dodge, and the hammer slam onto the face, punishing the Cracker by acing the pads. Still not enough. The rest of the fights were won by MD, which means MD has now control over the map. And I mean, again, they're looking for KO. U-Snipe getting 2 in the Sith Castle, hunting for a third, is going to be sent back, but that is huge right now. There isn't much time left for Distinct. Can they get onto the zone? They need to paint. They're able to neutralize, but they need more than that. Devin 4K with the leader painting and maintaining control. Rafa is alone. That's game number 2 for MD as well.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, Distinct at a huge paint deficit given their comp. So between having a bow instead of a pencil, as well as that roller, and I think a blaster, you've got 2 weapons that just need that paint and can't quite paint themselves all that well. So unfortunately, in a bit of a losing battle you see here, and that Booyah not coming out quick enough.
I mean, that's how Distinct works. They used to be at a paint disadvantage. They used to play these weapons. They know what weapons they want to play, and they've decided, yeah, we're not going to switch weapons. Stop telling us to switch weapons. And they've made it this far doing that. And they've made it to where they reach winners semis of tournaments, of good tournaments, and showing how good they can be with these weapons. And honestly, kudos to them, mad respect to that team. But right there, they're facing just the next level, and they're reaching that level where these paint differential, these range differential, they starting to pay for it more and more and more, and it's getting harder for them to keep up the pace going against the team the caliber of MD.
Distinct, of course, a well-known team, even I'm aware of, and kind of like you said, when you're up against a team that's so strong in their technicals, then any sort of deficit you're at, that's why you see a lot of top teams. Some do a little bit of adventurous plays, but a lot of them sort of just play meta and a lot of the same weapons because they're trying to minimize any sort of deficit that they could possibly be at, so that can't be taken advantage of. However, they may be poised to be in a better position here. Of course, you have a lot of the AoE that could be super helpful here, but so far, MD with a strong opening and trying to sort of pressure Distinct so that they have to give up those stacks.
Yeah, and right now Distinct are winning that first team fight, getting control over mid, and they already know the deal. They need to get under these ledges and apply as much pressure as they can. I mean, between the Slotcher, the Blaster, and the Roller, they have a lot of ledge control, but it doesn't matter if there's a crack, and it looks like MD were able to get their way back in there, and Mox simply going in with the brush is taking the splat, and it's MD retaking control of the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are taking advantage of the fact that they can kind of set the pace by painting them out a little bit here, because they have a lot of passive paint. And of course, you have that Zap that is just painting the entire map, trying to farm coolers for their team. We see a bit of a 1v1 there with Mooch just trying to get that chip and stall out that position. But so far, both of these teams, you know, really putting in the work, but you see Tiger with that little sliver of ink, they are just painting them out of position.
Yeah. And right now, it's an all-out brawl for mid, but it looks like MD are still in control with new snipe to the side. Has Zipcaster ready? Distinct needs to paint the zone. They only have 10 ticks left, and there isn't much time. Can they get onto the zone? They lose 2 of their players, and as you said, they don't have that much painting power to start with. MD is going to get the 3-0.
Yeah, you know, I think Distinct, because of their paint deficit, a lot of the time they have to rely on the fact that they are just good at getting their picks. You know, people say the best defense is a good offense, and usually that is the case for Distinct, but when you're going up against MD, these teams that are like, well, we also get our picks, and one of us is on a leader. One of the best leaders that you'll really see in the business, and they have the range and they have the aim. It's just when you're going blow for blow, both teams good at getting those picks. Not having that paint can be really lethal. So Distinct, of course, a really strong team, but going down to our second seed in MD.
Yeah. MD is going to advance on to the winners final game of the winners bracket. But Sasu, I believe it's time for you to say goodbye.
No!
I'm sorry.
Yes, I am being kicked out. No. I, though, have had so much fun casting with you once again, Pat, and watching these games between the bubbles and the game 3s and the wahoo of it all. I was glad to spend what is for me in North America my Friday afternoon with you casting over these great sets. But I think you will be staying on, so all of the viewers who are watching and saying, no, not Pat, don't leave us, don't you worry.
Yeah, I'll still be there, but before you go, Sasu, do you have something to plug? of the shout
Uh,
outs?
well, I think the only thing I will shout out is firstly, usually you do it at the end of the stream, but I want to say thank you to Samba in the background doing
Yeah.
the streaming for us and playing the music for you all, as well as I know a lot of you were watching the Splat World Series, and for those of you who are not aware, they are doing a rewound where they're casting over all of those games that were not seen on stream. So if you're taking a look at that bracket and you're like, oh, like I wish I saw that game, like what happened there, but they didn't stream it. Every single one is going to be casted, coming out a little bit, as time goes by, but definitely check in on that because you'll see several of us casting those streams. So look at that, and if you want to see my socials, it's Sasu in your pants, SASUINUR pants. And I've yapped enough, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing me. So that's gonna be it from me, I think, Pat.
Yeah, well, I'm always glad to get to cast with you. Always a pleasure. And yeah, we're gonna take a short break as we wait for the other semifinals to be done. And we'll see you in a minute. And welcome back to Triton-Cup 109. I am Pat still, but this time I am joined by Rocket. Rocket, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing wonderful, Pat, and we have our 1 and 2 seed facing off against each other, the heavyweight matchup in winners bracket finals here, best of 5 still, and between both these teams there are a lot of very notable players. You have from Real Madrid 3 members of Frutella, plus you have Reiki there, and on the other side MD have a lot of memorable names as well running. Some very interesting weapons, in particular Mox running, I believe the Comet's Octobrush.
Yeah, that Octobrush, we've seen it. We've seen MD in the previous set do such a great job, especially with that Octobrush, able to get everywhere, maintain chaos all the time. But now they're going against Real Madrid. Different caliber of teams. Again, this is winner finals. We have Seed 1 versus Seed 2. 2 incredible teams. 8 incredible players ready to fight each other for our viewing pleasure.
Yes, and in terms of more of the weapon comps, I hinted at it already that you saw Mox running that Octobrush, but taking a look at what Real Madrid were running, they were running 3 mid lines, so it is going to be a matter of being able to kind of poke off of each other. You see it right there with the Frozen Pro, the bucket, and that Stamper from Reiki, and on the other side, very typical comp that we've already seen from MD here with the very aggressive Octobrush, plus having IPS on that zap.
I believe it's actually one of the best support players in the UK and Ireland. Great player, and right now it looks like MD is taking early control, very much able to paint all around the map, but water is going to drop in 10 ticks. Can they keep it? It looks like Real Madrid are not able to push their way in yet. Oh, well, they're able to get a few extra splats, and with 2 down, they're gonna cap the zone right after the water drops.
Yeah, and a great retake coming out from Real Madrid there. This is what you really need to emphasize if you're on Mahi zones here. Although 3 players going down on the side of Real Madrid will lead MD to get right back into business, and we already know Devin in 4K, the ace sniper, usually always managing to just be a overwhelming presence. You always have to watch out because this can be a very, very painful retake if you do go 1 player down here. Devin sees you in their sightline here, but out of their penalty points, MD now continuing to take down, and that is a 2-player down situation for Real Madrid, who are forced back, and now even more points will be scored by MD.
Indeed, right now, very much holding their control. The penalty was not applied, and they're chasing all of Real Madrid out of here, 2 down, and they're simply doing more and more. 3 players down, that's a delay. The white MD, no penalty, just 10 ticks left. And there's nobody to paint the zone. It looks like this could be a very quick KO.
Yeah, and we kind of saw the benefits and the aggressiveness of MD's comp. The benefit of running that zap is you really will free up a backline such as Devin to kind of thrive. You won't have to be forced to be playing an edit or a pencil. You really have that 1-hit KO danger. But not only that, Mox with that aggressive Octobrush camping those ledges so effective at keeping Real Madrid at bay that really left them barely any space to kind of operate, really just forced into the side. Like you see Devin there with basically the killing blow, the final nail in the coffin, managing to take out that bucket, but making it really difficult for Real Madrid to really get in. Once they were able to take that space, MD it was really hard to steal it right back, and although they were able to get some presence, it was just not enough to keep them in the game.
And very, very nice game 1. I mean, Real Madrid is supposed to be our seed number 1, but right there, MD took control, did everything they needed to do, and I mean, they're bringing an Octobrush, a weapon we don't see that often, and for once it felt like Real Madrid were surprised, didn't know what to do, didn't know how to fight that.
Yeah, and as we move from Mahi zones to Hammerhead zones, I feel like this map mode can be a similar story from what we just saw, Pat. both of these maps have the opportunity to continue snowballing out of control for the team who is able to get that first control of the zone. We saw how MD was basically able to almost 100-0 Real Madrid there just by being able to win that initial fight and keeping them at bay for the rest of this. A very similar story for Hammerhead.
Yeah, and let's get in our second map. The Eliton here is going to be a thing to watch for Real Madrid. They need to cut the distance, and these missiles will be key for them to really take the control.
Yes, they are, and we will kick things off here. Both sides just trying to see if they can feel out each other. You have MD and Ips already moving in, managing to get that opening pick with that cooler as well. That will provide a little bit more space for MD to move in, but that Octopush does go down. Just very intense fighting at the top of your screen. The trades will go into the favor of Real Madrid, who will find themselves with a little bit of control and will take that very slim lead. But, I mean, Real Madrid really right back there with Mox respawning on that Kraken, just trying to cause any disruption here. The first control of the zone is absolutely huge for the aforementioned reasons earlier, as this map is really prone to being able to kind of keep control for that first team that's able to win this fight.
Yeah, and right now, both teams are fighting. Real Madrid still holding the zone during that fight. MD biding their time, waiting for an opportunity, but the opportunity is not coming as Real Madrid are maintaining the control. 2 down on each side. Can MD really take so much? Oh, well, it looks like they will, and Ips is going to maintain a lot of pain. That Zap has the painting power that allows it to really take so much control right now, but Real Madrid are already around the zone, starting another fight, and can MD hold the blunt of the attack? No, it looks like the zone is going to be taken, and a lot of players are down. Rocket, Real Madrid are back in control.
Yeah, and this is the setup now you want for Real Madrid. Although you do go one player down off this rip, you do have a lot of ledges and corners these players can really work around. You have the Zipcaster online ready for Real Madrid to use. They do lose their pen in the backline. Actually, 2 in total fall. You do see, I believe, Reiki just moving in with their own Zipcaster on the side of MD, trying to see if they can get anything going here. Mox moving in with a Kraken available as well. The specials online for MD to quickly retake this zone. You have basically every special that Kraken, the Wavebreaker, and the Cooler out for them to get this retake, but will they be able to actually get it? It looks still heavily contested in mid here.
But still fighting for mid right now. Can MD hold? They're looking to hold, but Real Madrid are simply retaking the zone. We're halfway through the game right now, and both of these teams have been so back and forth, have been trading the zone right now. Real Madrid are almost done with their penalty. As I say, but they lose a bit too many players. It looks like MD are gonna paint it back in pink. Now, they have all of their players onto the zone. It's their opportunity to push forward and get more.
Yes, and you see you snipe on that right side with that Stamper, just trying to make sure that entire right side of the map is completely present. Their complete presence of MD is there. You have the Zipcaster and Kraken coming in from Mox, and you snipe there, managing to help find 3, and with that, a very quick hold and a stagger situation. Now MD able to kind of go up into this upper layer to cause even more space, even more separation, to even put more distance from Real Madrid from that control of the zone. Mox finding that one trade as well will obviously benefit MD here, left with 20 ticks left, but still managing to at least barely hold on with the trip strikes coming in from that slosher. Real Madrid will manage to at least stay alive for a little bit here. Reiki maybe trying to make something happen, does go down here, and yet again Real Madrid are left in a retake scenario.
Yeah, MD with the hold right now. I mean, there's a huge penalty on them. They'll have to wait in this last minute before they can score more points, but they've very much set themselves up for success right now, and Real Madrid are dodging, going to the side, trying to find their way in. With the strikes, they should be able to repaint the zone. Now, can they take control? The Zipcaster is allowing them to push everybody away. Very nice zip right here. But will this be enough? They only have 40 seconds, which means, I mean, they can't let penalty be applied, and right now Devin Folke is repainting the zone just behind them to reapply a little bit of penalty in these last 30 seconds.
Yeah, but you saw on the side of Real Madrid, Reiki managing to find 3 basically opens the floodgates for Real Madrid to get in their own snowball situation. They're really being able to camp these wedges with the trip strikes now coming out here down to the 15-second mark. MD has to have one final retake to get anything going. You have Mox camping this jump, 10 seconds left. Time is running out on the zone here. MD do not have enough paint pressure to contest this zone. It's just Ips left in mid, and that will be the wipe out in the final moments. Real Madrid managing to come back from what looks like a very strong MD hold, now tying the set 1-1.
I mean, MD managed to really get control of the zone, push ahead of the zone, get extra splats ahead of the zone. And Real Madrid had to get this huge comeback, not just to get back to the zone, but to get the control to not let MD paint them. And right there, that's exactly what they did. This is why you can never blink, you can never let your guard down. You have to play till the very last second, and right there, Real Madrid got a huge comeback, which means we are now 1-1 Rocket going into game number 3.
Yeah, and that entire retake was basically opened up by Reiki on that Stamper on the side of Real Madrid, being able to get 3 on the right side, not only causing that disruption with the Zipcaster, but by being able to disrupt Devin a little bit, making sure that they're on their feet, really kind of limiting their impact and being able to help the team. Then, of course, taking down 3 members does certainly help in the retake to make things go faster. It was a matter of Real Madrid being able to get that final punch in, and now we are moving to basically best of 3 scenarios with 3 games potentially remaining. Like you mentioned here, we are going to zones Robo.
It's technically a best of 3, but mentally it's very different, because these 2 teams, now they know each other, they know the plan for each team, and they've already started to implement some counters to what the other team's doing. We've seen back and forth, we've seen adaptation. Now, which team is going to get the match point will be decided here on Robo Roman, and it looks like we're bringing about the same weapons, about the same plan. We'll see who is able to do better.
Yeah, and both teams really bring in their own kind of victory styles. You have from the side of Real Madrid, like I mentioned, those 3 mid lines to really provide a very balanced attack. On the other side, having that Stamper and Octobrush in, you really leave Ips being the only player to kind of paint in, so you really need to go for these kills. And getting the kills they seem to be doing here on Roborum to kind of start things off, they will be the ones in the first control of zone, as Mox manages to find one on that right side.
Yeah, right now MD still with their strong opening, they're able to get the lead early in the game. That serves them, but Real Madrid are around, still trying to go in. The Zipcaster is deployed. Can they get control off of it? There's fights all around, but the Zipcaster didn't find anything, and MD is keeping control. No penalty applied, Rocket.
Yes, and Devin finds another one there, being able to continue to stagger out Real Madrid, very similar to what we saw in Game 1 on Mahi Mahi, being able to get these key picks before Real Madrid are really being able to get their specials. You have a brief temporary cap by the trip strikes, but no penalty was applied at all, Pat. Down to the 20 tick mark. This is looking easily or potentially looking like a straight 100-0 unless Real Madrid are able to get something going. 10 ticks left now. Real Madrid, it is go time. You need to get into the zone. Finally, all the players move in, but Mox able to kind of clean up, managing to find 2 at the end, and with a quick 100-0 empty strike right back, taking the advantage in the set.
I mean, both games that MD has won in a dominating fashion, really able to take control of the map to push completely Real Madrid away. That was a huge game, which means they only need 1 more in order to punch their ticket into the grand final.
Yeah, and you saw Mox several times near the right side of the map, basically the near top right of your screen, being able to get 1 player, maybe getting 1 or 2, maybe drawing attention away from the rest of MD. But it was a similar formula to how MD was able to win in game 1, just being able to play to their comp's strengths, which I mentioned at the beginning of the game, just being able to get the picks before Real Madrid are able to overwhelm you with specials and spacing. That is the strength of MD, and we saw it there. They were unable to do that in game 2, but I mean, if they're able to get those opening picks, there's no stopping them, and we saw it in that game 3 especially. So now, with backs against the walls, Real Madrid need to get a counter here on on Mako zones.
Yeah, and Mako is going to be a rough one, because that's one of the best maps for Octobrush. And we've seen that Octobrush be everywhere around the map, ready to slap everybody around with that giant brush, and with the Kraken to extend their survivability, being able to stay around longer. Real Madrid right now, they need a plan to simply stop that Octobrush before it can do damage.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard to, like you mentioned, this is one of Octobrush's more stronger maps. You have those little plat areas, the stacks areas, really being able to take advantage of the geometry of it being a ramp, really just being able to kind of set up there is Mox. So if you're able to set up Mox there on the side of MD, it can be a very powerful presence. Looking to be the same from Real Madrid. On the other side, same comps as both teams will just jump straight into it and see if MD can close this out, or will Real Madrid force a game 5?
Yeah, right now, let's see how the opening goes. It looks like MD are painting around again. They like to take the first fight, and with 2 players down, including the pencil, make that 3 players down on Real Madrid. MD, again, they win the opening, they take the first control.
Yes, and this is exactly where you want to be for MD, being in that vantage point now, forcing Real Madrid to fight into you. Ips being that only player, being able to paint into zone, needs to stay alive to kind of get that coolie on this right side. Usnip goes down, and this will allow Real Madrid to get back into zone, forcing that 3-player down situation here, and we could be seeing a similar formula to how game 2 was forming out to be, with Real Madrid being able to kind of counteract, but will they be able to get the hold? That is the question, as the missiles go out, and with trip strikes also available.
Yeah, Real Madrid right now getting that control that they like. And Andy still dancing around. Mox with the brush is called out, is fought out, but he's still trying to get the fight. This is not going to work. It looks like it's Real Madrid winning the fight this time. And getting the picks on the stragglers as well, which means they're scoring more and more points. They're past the 30 ticks mark, and they're still making more, Rocket.
Yeah, and this fast-paced fighting here, as you do see going down already, is MD Stamper. You have a 3v4 now on your hands. Real Madrid need to force the issue to continue this applying pressure all the way down to the 15 tick mark as time is ticking out. MD is running out of time to get this retake. Devin trying to find a shot as 3 members of Real Madrid are stuck on that left side. MD will be able to get that cap onto zone, but a hefty penalty will be applied onto Real Madrid, as a nice cleanup from Devin will allow them to secure that zone and kind of start working to cut down this lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge lead that Real Madrid has built, but MD are now in control. Can they hold that control? It looks like Real are struggling to push in. They were a bit of rhythm, not able to push all at the same time, and they're kind of paying for it right now. MD getting the splats. With just a few ticks left, they could get the lead. Rocket, these strikes better hit their mark. They're able to cap the zone, which means Real Madrid stays in the lead. Can they take control? Ooh.
We'll find 3 there, which will allow MD to kind of clean up a little bit. Yes, the hefty penalty was forced onto them, but this lead is very much more manageable. 2 specials online. You do have Mox's Kraken available. You also have that Zipcaster available for you as well. Just waiting for these Real Madrid members to kind of move in. They're all clumped near this left side as MD does go 1 player down early. That Zipcaster not quite finding its mark, but Mox in that zone with the Kraken, being able to kind of contest this right stack as well, giving these players not a lot of space to kind of operate, but the trip strikes hitting true for Real Madrid will force that retake and will yet again slow MD's counterattack.
I mean, MD has gotten so much control, so many points right there, but each time Real Madrid able to apply the penalty in time, able to keep the lead, and with 2 players down, it looks like Real Madrid are back on top, back in control, and I mean, they have a lot of penalty, but they're making good work of it. You Snipe not able to find the splats right there with the Zipcaster, as MD is pushing onto the zone. They need to cap it. We are reaching the last minute.
Yes, last minute do or die time for MD to get this counterattack box yet again with another Kraken online. He's taken out early though, and so are the trip strikes on the side of Real Madrid. Ooh. Those were absolutely needed if they would be able to get in an easier counterattack. Now made a little bit more difficult. Ips managing to find a quick trade there as time is ticking down on not only the game clock, but on the penalty of MD now with all players of Real Madrid trying to respawn, trying to get in a synchronized push. They need to go in soon. Penalty points now officially over. Trip strikes are available. Will they be able to contest the zone in time? They will not, as now with time ticking down, just trying to avoid that knockout situation. 3 players go down on the side of MD, Usnipe being the only player remaining, but MD has done their work there, being able to take that lead. Overtime will loom, but Real Madrid, without that lead anymore, have to get in a great hold.
10 seconds left. Remember, it's match point for MD, and that's already a splat by the Eater. Right now, just a few more seconds. MD, all they need to do is paint the zone. Wants to win the game. They're going to do it and punch their ticket into grand finals. Real Madrid, our scene number 1, has been beaten.
Yeah, and in a bit of an upset, we saw yet again the aggression coming out from... We saw the aggression coming out from them. We saw that fight coming out from MD and really leaving Real Madrid no space to really retake. And Keeley, remember I highlighted it, Slurp, the bucket on the side of Real Madrid, had those trip strikes potentially available, but they were taken out before the retake could really get going, which allowed MD even more space, even more time to kind of operate as they forced that 2-player down situation, leaving Real Madrid a little bit scattered there. On the other hand, MD able to kind of take advantage of that and really just hunker down. And when you're able to get that lead and overtime looms, all you have to do, getting into the zone, winning a couple fights, and that was the winning formula for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because it was going so fast all the time, but in the end, even in the game that Real Madrid won, Andy was in the lead for a good chunk of that game. Real Madrid needed to get a comeback that they managed to get, but MD, I mean, they took control of the maps, they took control of Mahi, they took control of Robo Roman, and even here on Macomart, they were able to really forced Real Madrid to cancel one of their pushes, which was the thing that really decided things. Real Madrid, they're so good. Like, they're 4 incredible players, but right there, they missed a bit the mark in terms of coordination. They were not able to push together. And when you're in Triton-Cup winners finals, you have to push together.
Absolutely, and that's just something that they were disrupted by, just by how well MD was able to get those picks here and there, but their tournament run isn't over yet. They still have an opportunity to claw right back in losers bracket finals. However, we still have a bit of time before we get to losers bracket semis to start off things, so we'll be taking a break before we continue the rest of this tournament, but don't go anywhere. We will see how the end of Triton-Cup 109 turns out here shortly. And we are back. Looking at a quick turnaround here, we will actually have a great opportunity to take a look in Losers Bracket Round 7 between Distinct and Black Z. Or Blank Z, sorry.
They're called blanks.
Blank, not black. I was looking at the middle set there, as we do not have a picture for Urchint. My mind went blank, but we are looking at Blank Z versus Distinct. That is correct.
Yeah, but we have some weird maps going between these two teams that like to play the unusual comps, the unusual turn right there. And we're going to start with Flounder Heights, that was chosen by Blanks, and we'll follow with a Distinct pick, which is, as you said, Urchin. But yeah, Flounder Heights, I know lots of people don't like it. I love it as a caster because it gives us the most intense games, the most craziest back and forth, the craziest plays happen on this map because you're forced to do the craziest plays to get on top of the zone.
Yes, and having that unique distinction of being a two-zones map, you have even more intense fights, and that theme is commonly shared as well for Game 3 Umami, if it is necessary. But taking a look at each team, you do have Distincts, you know them, you love them, but Afro King, I don't think they've played so far, so just taking it from that aspect, you have Sal with a roller and Acing with a blaster, two weapons that really will thrive on the heights that are Flounder Heights, being able to kind of play that mid-aggression well, being able to kind of space around and mooge on that bow to kind of synchronize with that.
Yeah, lots that could happen. And again, these are the kind of teams, these are the two teams that I love to watch because they've been on the rise, they've been getting upsets, they've been climbing the ranks with their own philosophy, you know, they know what they want to play, they know how you want to play it, they've been told what the meta is, they don't care, they're gonna beat you anyways, and that's very much how they've been able to do. So yeah, can't wait to see. I'm so happy we got to catch these two teams. And right now, if someone from Distinct is watching, please get Acing into the VC.
Please get them in there for sure. We need to kind of start this going, but taking a look a little bit what this Blank Z, I keep calling it Blank Z. I keep defaulting to that just because of the off-putting fact that we do not have Urgent. Taking a look at a little bit what they run, I believe they do have a Splatling player on their side as well, so could be an interesting look. We do have very interesting weapons for sure on the side of Blank Z with that gold dynamo and the red dapples for that cooler here, but Lunar Blasters on both sides gonna be a key matchup to kind of keep your eye on.
Yeah, and keep an eye on these red dapples. The beacons on this map are incredibly useful. You can respawn faster, you get more, you can take a bit more risk because you know you'll have another way onto the zone, onto the game. But right now Distinct are winning that first fight, it seems. Acing is going to be punished, and it's a lot of players down on each side. This is where the beacons come into play. Blanks are staying on top of the zone and are now pushing onto the second one, trying to get more mooge, defending with the jetpack, but is completely surrounded, and jetpack versus Dynamo gives Dynamo winning.
Yeah, and actually we do see Afro King making their appearance here for Distinct, and not only that, I believe that is Sal with the big swing roller as well. So you were talking earlier about both these teams running very unusual weapon comps, and I mean, you see it right here. Really, the most standard weapon here is that V-Shot, and even then, these weapons are very uncommonly seen, all of them on the board. You have Mooj with that jetpack trying to get in this retake, managing to help Distinct to get in their home zone, but will they be able to work in to get into Blank's zone? That is the question here, as you see still contestingly fighting over mid. This is going to be an ink bath here, as you do see Tiger managing to find one.
And there's more fight going. These two teams are not stopping. It looks like Blanks and Distinct, both teams are still on top of the zones. both teams are still trying to paint the other zone, and we're very much at a standstill at the top of this map. We've had 2 minutes of non-stop fight with neither team really able to take full control, but it looks like Distinct is going to take the control right there and are going to score some points.
Yeah, and this could really be where the benefit of Sal's Big Swig is, being able to kind of hold that upper elbow area, being able to rain down ink, so much space to really work with, and if they're in any danger, they do have that nice splashdown, kind of a little bit as a panic button, but also being able to maintain space control. That could be key as well. You have Afro moving in, trying to make the aggressive. Wolfine 1 is traded out, but Distinct now with that lead will constantly continue to apply that pressure. The Dynamo not really able to get any value on that push here. Splashdown going out as well, and Acing finds another one, being able to counter, take out their counterpart, being able to find another as well here as 30 ticks remain left on the board for Distinct.
Yeah, there's not much time left for Blanks, and they're still losing a few too many players. Yushi able to get into the zone, but gets punished by Afro. Right now, Afro is chasing for the other kill. Is going to be splatted by the Luna, but Distinct stays on top, still scoring more points. Can they hold for 14 more ticks? Right now, it looks like not. Blanks able to get back onto the zone and to repaint. 2 minutes left in the game for them to get the lead back.
Yes, time running out here, but still plenty to work with if you're on the side of Blanks. You're almost out of penalty here. You have some space to kind of work with, but you do go 2 players down. Now 3 in total. Distinct find an opportunity as Afro is able to find an opening and maybe go into Blank's side of the map, being supported by Sal as well. The Booyah Bomb being invested by Blanks to continue to keep this hold, and it will remain true. Both teams heavily contestingly fighting here, now leaning towards in the favor of Blanks as they will get in another team fight victory. Only one more potentially could remain, as you do see the cleanup onto Acing as well. This retake needs to hit for Distinct, or else we could be looking into very dangerous territory for them.
It's always dangerous here on Flounder. The Luna is coming in and getting the good splat on the Dynamo. Distinct are so far from the zone. They're able to get one, but can they paint the other one? Right now they have 2 players down. Oh, the hammer to the face! The counter hammer is not going to find its mark right now. Blanks getting the lead, and there's nobody from Distinct to be back on the attack. Oh, can they paint the zone? They're able to delay it, but it's going to happen. Game 1 is going to be for Blanks.
Yeah, and really nicely done there. We saw the value of Luna, not only from the side of Blanks, but we saw it a little bit from Distinct as well. That weapon is so strong, being able to kind of get into your face, causing that disruption. And we saw how much of an aggressive comp Blanks was running, being able to force that issue, but not only that, being able to bend but not break in the face of adversity. Distinct had them on the ropes, but with that full counterattack, they steal that one back, and now only 1 game away from potentially moving on, knocking out Distinct here. But like we said earlier, this game 2 is Urchin Zones.
Urchin Zones, and we're on the loser's side. Right now, this could be Distinct last game of the tournament, but they're certainly not done. They've shown time and again their ability to bounce back to get more fight. And I mean, that first game, we've seen a lot of back and forth, a lot of fight around the zones. I expect to see even more on Urchin Underpass, where you can respawn faster, get your head back in the game faster.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with Urchin being a 1-zone map, gonna be a little bit more back and forward here. We did see on how double zones can really cause a lot of chaos, as both teams is desperately not only trying to fight for their own zone, but also trying to simultaneously cap the other one. Now with it being a 1-zone only, we're going to see a lot more intense 4v4, everyone kind of in the same general vicinity. Yeah. And with a zone such as Urchins, sometimes it is very easy to cap in certain moments. I've seen maybe a splashdown from Sal, if they do return with that big swig, can easily cover up the entire zone in one fell swoop.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 zone, but it feels very small, especially since you're above it and you can paint so much of it from a single point. So yeah, look out. These flips of the zone can happen fast, especially with all the flanks you can have. Lots of ways back onto the zone. Knowing these teams, there's going to be a lot of fights under these trees to get the control. But the Luna and the Red Dapples are out for blanks. Of course, not much of a change in their comp for these teams, except for Tiger going back to the normal roller.
Yeah, you actually see the Sea Blast coming out instead of the Luna Blaster, the Blue Dapples instead for that Reef Slider. These specials can provide a lot of painting value in this small zone that we mentioned earlier. Reef Slider and Splashdown can definitely get the zone in one fell swoop. Off rip, though, we do see able to kind of go in, being able to go in is distinct, being able to contest a little bit, but being pushed back by that quick counterattack. Like I mentioned, the dynamic duo, you saw the Sea Blast and the Dapples. You do have the Sea Blast going down quite early, but both sides just trying to get out their initial specials and trying to get value. That Re-Slider will find two on those Blue Dapples and can open the doors for blanks to get in.
But it's 3 down onto blanks right now. This thing very much retaking the zone. They have a lot of control, but do they have the time to push in front of it? It looks like blanks is already respawning, already back on the attack. The lead is swapping, but the fight is very close to the zone. Anything could happen there. And the Luna and 2 players are down already on the side of this thing. The Rift Fighter is going to get in control for blanks.
Yeah, not only that, managing to find 2 off of the back of it, you have blanks in the blue and distinct in the orange here, now being forced onto this retake for zone, just on this right side, waiting for an opening with acing kind of contesting them. They will get the better of acing there, and that will open the door for blanks to continue the stagger with 1 player down, and their frontal, more aggressive player gone. You have distinct now in a little bit of a stagger situation without lead anymore. You have Afro trying to pop the Zuka, trying to see if they can get anything going, but it is looking very, very good for blanks.
Zuka not gonna find much. You have to go forward with the main weapons. 2 players down onto blanks. It looks like these things are back in attacking position, but the super jumps were coming. They need to win the next fight. Otherwise, blanks is going to get the game right there. Just a few more ticks. Can this thing faint? They're able to get a wipeout and save themselves in the nick of time. But now they can't make any mistakes. I mean, we're halfway through the game, and blanks has a huge lead, Rocket.
Yeah, that was a wonderful effort, Pat, from Tiger and acing to move in, basically being the only 2 forward players for Distinct to kind of save that zone and now give them a second chance of life. You have the bubble actually being canceled out already based off of Sal's just aggressive play. You also have the hammer available, just waiting for a great opportunity to use it. The edit falls here, so no cooler for blanks will be had. 2 players fall again, and now we will see Distincts getting in this hold here, which could turn the tide here. 20 seconds left, 20 ticks remain. Sal just trying to farm in another bubble before the only special online for blanks is going to be that Sea Blast Splashdown, but will it be enough? You have Sal managing to find the opening pick. Here comes the Splashdown to try to contest, but it will not be enough as Distinct punches right back. What looked like an easy win for blanks completely turned on its head as Distinct forces game 3.
And in between these 2 teams, it had to go to a game 3. Of course, I love these 2 teams. They're very much like these teams that are grinding the game, pushing the game, playing differently and making it work. And I've seen both of these teams throughout the months, the years, get better and better, and now they're knocking the door at the highest levels of the European scene, and very much deservedly so, because there's so much work behind both of these teams. I'm so glad to see more of them, especially them facing each other. Now, we're going back to a double zones, Rocket. It's going to be Umami Runes.
And if there was anything to be taken from Flounder Heights in double zone maps, it is going to be fun, for sure. I mean, we saw fun comps being brought out from both sides, fun weapons being brought out, but not only that, just how contested the entirety of the map was from both sides. I mean, we mentioned it in game 1, how the dynamic of double zones forces you to not only worry about your own closer zone, but worry about taking the opponent's zone, can lead to interesting situations where your 4 players are split up across the map and they just must have to adapt. Speaking of adaptations though, you see Blanks with some changes here, going with the Crab Dualies and back to the Forge Pro for Booyah Bomb, but on the other side for Distinct, no major changes from what they ran in Urchin.
Yeah, I mean, Distinct are not the kind of team that likes to change their weapons much. And yeah, that's what they're going to bring right now. It's 2 players down already on each side. There's been lots of splats in this first fight, and it looks like Blanks are going to take control of the zone early. And it's on Distinct to get the push now, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Afro going in, getting the splats in, and now activating the Zuka with the jetpack to help. That is huge control for Distinct.
Yes, just trying to see if you can find these picks. With lead now, you have acing with this hammer available, but on the other side, Blanks has pretty much all their specials online. That cooler being popped, the Booyah Bomb to go in, the Crab on that tower, and the bubble to go in. All of the specials being invested. 2 found, though, I believe, by acing on that hammer, so will throw in a wrench into the plans of Blanks to kind of move in. Just left to this Junior to maybe cause a little bit of distraction in the back line, but still, Distinct with a strong control. Blanks back into the fight to maybe get anything, salvage this push, but so far Distinct have been holding firm.
Holding, no penalty applied thanks to the power of double zones, and they're still very much going in, trying to get more, but 2 players down. This is the opportunity for Blanks, who are going in now, repainting the zone and getting more control with the bubbler, with the crab tank that's being deployed. Now it's Blank's turn to take control of the map, and this is where Distinct, the fact that they're not running tactical, that's playing a bit against them. They're a bit slower to respawn, and as they lost the zones, they lost so much control over the map.
Yeah, if you're gonna be running Clueless, you need to make sure that 4th special provides you that extra firepower, that extra strength, and we see 3 players on that left side. A quick wipeout, I believe, just led open by that opening hammer by acing here, yet again, being the spearhead, kind of being the extra juice that Distinct needs in their counterattacks to get things going. Booyah Bomb is available on the other side by Benny, though, just waiting for an opportunity to kind of strike in. As that penalty points ticks down, they do not want Distinct to continue to build that lead. Cooler being invested now as well. But remember, last time Distinct were able to counteract these specials all in quick succession. Will they be able to do it again as Mooj and Afro try to fight for that left side?
Distinct maintaining their control on at least one of the zones, and Mooj activating the jetpack to punish left and right. Huge splats right there. 2 minutes left. Penalty was applied, but Distinct are still on top of mid, getting more control, making sure that they're the ones getting rid of their penalty right now.
Yes, and yet again, forced into penalty, but still in a great position. 3v3 will be had. Crab available for Blanks. Hammer in the hands of acing. We know how much damage they can cause. Sal being that front line, just forcing Blanks back into a very tricky spot here. Hammer yet again waiting. There it lurks, finding one, can find much more. Will be able to kind of chase these other players, finding that edit. And a third won't quite be found, but the damage still done to Blanks here as Distinct just try desperately to fight over control. A little bit of a foothold has been gained by Blanks, though, with that Booyah Bomb coming in. You do see a little bit more life of them as they will be able to finally get into control of zone, but so much time off of the clock has been ticked, and you have Distinct still fighting for every inch of the zone.
Yeah, Distinct not letting go of the fight. There isn't much penalty on Blanks, but mostly because they haven't gotten much points this whole game right now. With 1 minute left, Blanks needs to hold the zones right now. Distinct know all they need is to prepare one big push, and here comes the jetpack by Mooj to allow the whole team to push in. The hammer is punished, but the rest of Distinct are on top of the zones. Can they apply penalty? Penalty here would be so big for Distinct. Can they stay in there? They lose all their players, and they didn't paint it enough. Oh,
That is huge. That is amazing for Blanks here, but absolute disaster for Distinct. Afro goes down early as well, so this will be a very hard retake, a 3v4 retake with time ticking down. Penalty points not a factor here, down to single digits. Can Distinct Inc. at the very least get one zone? They will be able to hold on for dear life here. Players falling from both sides. 2v2 will be had, but still the zone being contested by both sides allows Blanks to still stay alive as they win a nail biter, moving on in losers bracket.
Yeah, great set. I'm so glad we got to catch it in time. Huge play right there by Blanks, who are going to advance on to losers semifinals. We'll see more of them right after this short break. And welcome back to Triton-Cup 109. We are getting closer to the end as more and more teams are getting eliminated. Right now, we are in the top 4 of this tournament, and it's going to be seed number 3, Durangard, going against seed number 4, of course, Blanks, that we just saw punch their ticket onto this semi-final. So, it's still losers brackets, so it's still a best of 3 and a very intense one at that, Rocket.
Absolutely, and on the side of Durangard, they are a team to be trifled with. They have a lot of very, very notable names. They beat, remember, 1004, who, if you were here on Wednesday, 1004 got second in the recent paddling pool, so they are a team to be trifled with, and they dealt with them pretty nicely. So Durangard definitely a team to worry about. You have members of Pathway here pretty much, and Nice being the only one not on that team, being a part of Monsoon. A lot of notable names. Minor in particular got the treat of watching them live win H-Town Splashdown number 5 over here in the States. So very, very strong bucket players and overall a great team. But Blanks, we saw as well how much of a force they can be with their resilient bounce backs in that previous set.
Yeah, resilience is very much a good description of Blanks, but now they're fighting Durangard, and as you said, four incredible players that have the potential to deal so much damage to great teams like Blanks. Now we'll see how it goes, starting with Inkblot Art Academy, a map that was chosen by Durangard. Then we'll go to Flounder. We know which team likes to play on Flounder zones. And maybe a finisher on Robo-Roman.
Yes, so we already know a little bit about what Blanks likes to run, of course, but maybe to speculate a little bit of what Durangard might be running. Of course, I mentioned earlier Miner, a very good bucket player in their own regard. Yeah. But, I mean, can that provide a lot of value on a mode such as this? I think so, absolutely, just because of the amount of ledges there are. Trip Strike's always wonderful as well, so it's going to really come down to kind of that special control and who's able to really get the most out of their specials here. But more importantly, maybe just taking out that special users before they get a chance to even build it up as well can be the key, as we've seen proven time and time again. We'll just jump straight into it here for game one.
Let's get in the game. And Blanks, who in the previous set were looking like the meta team, now they're the ones that are looking on off meta, facing Durangard, bringing the four most played weapons in competitive Splatoon, and deservedly so. They're awesome weapons that work so well together. And right there, Blanks with the bubbler on top of the zone, not able to get enough paint yet, and they're losing a few too many players. You were talking about Miner being so dangerous on the bucket, and you can never underestimate a bucket.
Yes, and just a lot of chip damage coming out from Durangard's comp. I mean, these weapons are run for a reason. The Stamper and Bucket can combo so well off of each other with the pen, and that Splash being able to support on the other side, not to be outdone. You have the Pro on the side of Blanksy with Booyah Bomb available, managing to find one onto Miner here, which could open up the door for Blanksy to move in. Just trying to find any opening here. You have two picks going their way. Make that a third and a wipeout. The turning of the tides 1 minute into this. We now have an opportunity to see Blanks hold.
Yeah, and right now, Blanks, I mean, they got the wipeout. That gives them full control of the zone, of the center of the map. Then when not able, they didn't have the time to get onto the opponent platform, which means Durangard are able to push their way back into the zone. Now with the Tacticooler and the strikes, they're going to make their way. Can they prevent the lead swap? It looks like they're able to get in there, and Miner again slapping everybody with that slusher, getting so much power right there. Miner forcing Durangard in, and that's still the lead for them.
Yes, we have on the other side, yet again, a similar story to what we saw unfolded earlier when Blanks was able to force that wipeout situation. The Booyah Bomb is canceled out by a really nicely placed bomb. This is how you want to be able to force staggers, being able to cancel out specials that could have turned the tide here. Blanks no longer has that ammunition in their arsenal to work with. The bubble is forced out here to maybe get something going. 3 players on the side of Durangard on the top side. It doesn't matter though, even if that Booyah Bomb wasn't able to be launched yet again, a wipeout from Blanks, able to put them yet again in control of the zone here. Durangard, your time to strike. You have the trip strikes going out, that crab going in as well to see if they can contest, but penalty points ticking down for Blanks as time is running out for Durangard.
Alright, now Durangard are forced away as Blanks are maintaining their control, but it's 2 versus 2 and they're away from the zone. Can Blanks hold the zone for just a few more ticks? They need to paint it if they want to get the lead right here with 2 minutes left. It looks like Blanks are going to get the lead. Durangard forced out in their last push now. They needed to get that next push to work, and they just lost their pencil.
Yes, a huge blow as Blanks continues to move forward and continues to resurge. You do have a numbers advantage going into the favor of Durangard. As 2 players fall, they will be able to force the penalty, stay alive, live to fight another day, but that was looking very scary for them. Now it is their turn to try to get in a similar hold here. Blanks has time and time again been able to force back-to-back wipeouts to get in a retake. Can they make it a lucky 3 in a row? Molly managing to find one there onto the edit is absolutely huge for them, as now with Crab available and penalty points out of the picture, you have Blanks here. Any little bit of a scary situation. One found by Molly's Crab and the counter Crab coming in.
Oh yeah, and just a few more ticks left. Miner cleaning up the platform. Can the zone be taken? I think the strikes will seal the deal in favor of Durangard, who are getting their lead back and getting the KO against Blank's huge game number 1. I mean, it was close. It was very, very close.
Absolutely. I mean, both sides, both teams, able to just get in these retakes in such a timely manner, and the back-to-back wipeouts coming out from Blanks was very impressive to really be able to secure control of the map. But yet again, it is a story of who's able to strike last, and we saw it was Durangard. They were able to get some key picks here and there, kind of disorientate and dislodge the overwhelming commutative effort of Blanks to get into the zone, and now they find themselves 1 game away from moving on. But remember, Pat, you said that Blanks loves this map. We saw it in that previous set against Distinct. Will they be able to punch back? That is the question they need to answer.
I would say yes. I would love to say yes, except for one detail, and that detail is not a detail, it's minor. Because a bucket on Flounder is it just get extra superpowers. Like any bucket on Flounder is going to be more dangerous. Minor on Flounder Heights with that bucket is going to be like, Blanks will need to keep 2 players on Minor if they want to win this.
Yes, but we did see that Blanks did run a very different comp from what they ran in that game 1 previously. They ran a Luna Blaster, which could provide also that more different firepower, as well as a gold dynamo. So they have their own little bit of AoE to kind of fight back against what Miner could potentially be doing. So it is just up for execution to see here. Or Blanks could potentially throw a little bit of a curveball, maybe change some other weapons here and there, but regardless, they still have to make this one count because it is do or die time for them now.
Do or die indeed. This is, I mean, Blanks, they're in that spot that they put Distinct in, is in that they need to win the next game, otherwise they are out of the tournament and facing Durangard, a team that's just 1 seed lower than them. They need to get that upset. Let's see what is got, and that's a double bucket! A double bucket on one side, the Dynamo Luna on the other. We have some curveballs being sent right here.
For sure. Blanks running that same comp they ran against Distinct, and the double bucket, Keeley, trip strikes on the side of Durangard. That is a lot of strikes that are coming Blank's way if they are not careful here. So maybe this could provide a little bit of value in that aspect. I mean, they apparently, Durangard was like, okay, you see how well Bucket can do, let's just get 2 of them. And off rip here, we see the little bit of value. 3 players on that side of Blanks that will be able to take down that Bucket, but still, like you mentioned, very unusual setup here between both sides, but that is the beauty of Flounder Heights.
Yeah, Flounder forces teams to change what they're doing, change their base, change their weapons, and right now, Durangard, their change, it seems like it's paying off for now. They're taking control of top mid, and now they're just looking at Blanks from the high ground.
Yes, for sure. You do have an opportunity for Durangard to continue moving forward. I mean, just you see the constant trip strikes that are coming out. If it's not the Neo Splash, it's the bucket. If it's not the V bucket, it is the Hero Replica bucket, just constantly applying that pressure. You see the third set of trip strikes being invested just to secure more time, just to get some more points onto the board here. But Blanks being able to eventually move in, take in their home zone. They now have a little bit more space to operate.
Yeah, but they lose 3 players. I hope they have beacons. I don't see a beacon right there. It looks like Durangard are retaking their zone. Penalty was not applied. That's the power of double zones. That push by Blanks could have done so much, but it was not enough. And now they have no choice. They need to make the next push work. And here comes one more strike.
Yes, so many strikes, just constantly leaving Blanks on guard, not a lot of space to really work with, but you do have them going 3 players down on the side of Durangard, really just left with this last bucket. You have them finally, Blanks in control of both zones, a little bit more comfortable, finally able to get some revenge, maybe able to put a little bit of that vengeance to good use, especially with this Dynamo in such a great position, but they are dislodged by the trip strikes here.
So many strikes. I mean, Blanks are forced to constantly move. And Dynamo, they like the position they're in. It's hard to move with a heavyweight weapon right now. 2 players down on Durangard. Blanks are able to hold strong. Durangard not able to push in, and Blanks are far ahead of the zone, getting more and more control.
Trip strikes being invested straight onto that Dynamo, not having a great time there because of the amount of trip strikes just being invested. Another found by Durangard, continuing to move forward. They will be able to regain some of their space, specifically their home base, and with 3 on the side of Blanks going down, they are back in business here. Just so oppressive from not only these strikes, but the double bucket you see. Basically, if both players just able to get in one hit, immediate explosion onto the other side ensues. You see them kind of working in unison, both Miner and the other bucket just trying to go more forward here. But with time ticking down on that penalty and time ticking down on the map here, Blanks has to get something going into their favor soon.
Yeah, Durangard still in control, 2 down onto Blanks, and there isn't much penalty left. Rocket, this is do or die. Here comes the hammer being readied up. Can that hammer find the mark? It's only 1 splat. Will that be enough? They're able to take control in that last minute reapply penalty, but they lost 2 players in that push. Now can they stay on top mid? Can they fight some more? It's going to be rough. It's 2 versus 2. It's only the Dapples left standing for Blanks, and Blanks, they don't lose players right now. They needed to get the splats.
Yes, in another staggered situation, Durangard stands firm, in control of the zone, all players coolered up, just trying to see if they can get some more strikes on the board. So dangerous in such a position. It is very, very difficult to approach the comp that Durangard is running here without any specials, so you will have to find something opening up. You have the hammer available, trying to find the pick. It doesn't quite find the value, and there is the trade-off coming out. The pick will be found. The trip strikes were invested. Now the Booyah Bomb, the last hope for Blanks to try to go out here. 10 ticks left. 1 zone will be contested by Blanks here, but will it last? 10 seconds remaining. All Durangard has to do is get out these players, get some picks on the board, but with them going 3 players down, it is looking a little bit more up in the air, but unfortunately that Luna Blaster on the side of Blanks is unable to paint the zone in time, as Durangard, despite going 3 players down, stay alive and take that game 2.
It's so rough having to paint with a Luna in the last seconds, but it's not going to work for Blanks. Durangard stayed strong, and I guess the double bucket, the 9 strikes, did the job right there.
Yeah, so much pressure, so much just AoE paint control that left Blanks not a lot of space to work with. That Dynamo just constantly on the run, left uncomfortable, is exactly what you want to happen for Durangard if you want to win. And I mean, they played their comp to that strength, and With that, they'll be moving on in losers bracket to face the number 1 seed Real Madrid, who have been waiting for their opponent here. Only 3 teams remain, the aforementioned Real Madrid, the winners of that previous set, Durangard, their opponents, and the winner of that set will face the number 2 seed waiting in Grand Finals, MD.
We're going to set up that lobby and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Quick turnaround, we are back. Real Madrid versus MD here in losers bracket finals. Still, both their teams' tournaments on the line. We are back to best of 5, longer sets, and more importantly, more normal maps.
There's a bit of an issue with our overlay. It's not Real Madrid versus Blanks either. It's Real Madrid versus Durangard.
Oh,
we're
yep.
gonna get there.
Of disruption. Whoops. Read that wrong. Yep, Blanks. You're right. Not there. Blanks is not there. It is Durangard.
Blanks is indeed not there. It's Real Madrid versus Durangard. Of course, we saw Durangard our seed number 3 punch their ticket onto the losers finals. Real Madrid, on the other hand, very much our seed number 1, who got put there by MD, are now ready to fight. They want their revenge, and it's going to start on a classic, one of the big classic maps of this game series, which is Macomart.
Yes, Macomarts. Now, we already saw a little bit of a taste of what Durangard will run. Will we be seeing the almighty triple trip strikes? Probably not. Would I love to see it? Yes, because it is very oppressive, and we saw the impact it was able to create in that previous set with the Neo Splash and Double Bucket. Bucket, though, very, very good on this map. Conversely, on the other side, with Real Madrid, we already know how dangerous Reiki can be on that Stamper, doing some similar stuff, being able to kind of play off Slurp and their own Bucket. So it is going to be really up to these mid lines and who's able to kind of camp and play around this geometry better.
Yeah, that's where we are with these top level players, is that it's going to be on each little optimization. Lots of plays and counterplays will happen all around the map at a speed that I personally cannot follow. And we'll see which team is able to get the edge, the slight edge on each little push. We'll see some teams get some extra little things, and in the end it will be these extra points that will pile up throughout the game, and we'll see who is able to do better. But let's get right in the game, Rocket, and see who is able to take control of these stacks.
Absolutely. Here, the real question will be what Durangard kind of runs here, and we do see pretty standard comps from both sides. The only real difference between either side is a splash compared to the dualies, but I mean, we're working with the same specials across the board.
Yeah, they're the same comps. We have very much the same comps right there between these two teams, and we'll see who is able to play it better. Right now it looks like Durangard are able to win the opening fight and push their way forward, force the pencil out of the zone. And punish the Zipcaster as well. Real Madrid in difficulty already.
Yeah, already down 40 points here. Durangard now just continuously trying to get this hold. Miner almost to a trip strike. That Zipcaster available for the rest of Durangard to move in, but here come the counter specials, the Crab and the trip strikes being invested by Real Madrid. The counter strikes by Miner are there to counteract this, and they will manage to hold onto the zone here, but will they be able to get the picks? Will Durangard be able to find those two openings? And they will find the bucket and the pen here, and we could be looking at a very quick game if Durangard are able to get in one more hole, Pat.
Yeah, right now Durangard making so much work, holding perfectly. Real Madrid back onto the zone. Can they get the paint? Oh no, it doesn't look like it. And Durangard, I mean, they're coming from the lower side. They're warmer. Real Madrid, I guess they fell asleep waiting for their set.
I mean, yeah, we saw it there, just coming in, guns blazing, still hot on the joysticks. We saw how quickly they were able to still maintain control of the zone, despite having pretty much the same comp. Their specials just found that much more value. They were able to trade out a lot more effectively, and we see a little bit of fire kind of being ignited by Durangard to kick off this set really early. Real Madrid definitely did not expect that energy, but they'll have to counter soon here on Mahi zones.
Yeah. I mean, that was Durangard taking... I don't think Real Madrid has scored a single point. Like, they were not able to paint that zone. They were not able to get onto mid. They really struggled every step of the way. Durangard was ahead of them, was able to counter them, stop them, send them back to spawn. And Real Madrid, they're all seed number one right now. They look like they are in trouble in this set. Will they awaken, get back in the game, or will Durangard keep playing the crazy game that they're playing right now?
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. Just taking a look at, I got to take a glance at those stats, just looking at a different stream. We saw the pen on the side of Durangard basically kind of hunker down and stall out the entirety of Real Madrid, so definitely has been a major issue for them to move in, at least for that game one. Will it be a similar story? Again, same comps from both sides. Will just come down to execution as we go into game two.
Yeah, and right now it's back to the fight for mid. It looks like the first splat is in favor of Real Madrid, and they get a few more as well. They're getting the splat on the Crab. Right now, Real Madrid, it's their turn to be in the driver's seat.
Yes, we do have an opportunity here. Can they repeat a little bit of that magic that we saw Durangard pull out? Already off to a very good start, like you mentioned here. Almost already in the range to kind of drop the entire map, the entirety of that water level dropping, and we see it right here. 2 players down on the side of Durangard. Mahi, one of those maps that can really fast flow really quickly into a snowball situation, especially if you see that Miner and that dualies go down, those are 2 key specials that you need for Real Madrid to kind of move in. But I mean, Durangard will eventually get into the zone and at least contest it. But I mean, Real Madrid looking very, very good.
They're looking good, but I mean, Durangard are able to apply penalty, able to get themselves back into it. Oh well, right now they lose a bit too many players and they're all isolated, Real Madrid. Penalty was applied, but this is the kind of case where you're happy that penalty is applied. You just get more games, you're still in control of the map.
Yeah, here come the strikes now from Miner to maybe get in something going. You have 2 players already down for the side of Real Madrid, so numbers advantage should favor them. Should favor Durangard to get in. They will be able to contest the zone, but can they secure the rest of it? It does look like the answer to that question is yes. You have some trades going in and out, but overall, Durangard will stabilize with a 3-player down situation on the side of Real Madrid. They are the ones put on the back foot, as you see now. Molly with that crab out, trying to see if they can contest. Here come the counter strikes.
Oh, so many strikes targeting that crab right there. That's going to be enough to get the splat, and with that, Real Madrid are taking back control over the zone and over most of the mid as well. Durangard not really able to keep a foothold right here. The Stamper is still in the fight, but is forced out as Durangard is not really able to take control.
Yeah, the Zipcaster going in, trying to see if they can cause some destruction. Reiki managing to find one is forced out here, but you still have no penalty points for Real Madrid as they continue ticking down. A nice pick onto the crab provides a huge opening for Real Madrid to kind of close this one out. The Zipcaster won't find much. Many players are falling on the side of Durangard, and it is looking very, very desperate. Splash falling as well. 15 ticks left, and with these final jumps being camped, it doesn't look like that Durangard really have any resources or players to move in, and that will be a quick turnaround there as Real Madrid will get the 1-1 set tied now.
I mean, these games are back and forth, but the set is both teams have really gotten their control, have gotten the edge on the other team, been able to win more fights. I guess it's the map that could decide what team really gets more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this time just executed slightly better was Real Madrid being able to kind of cancel out some specials that Durangard were trying to put down. You saw the splash, the crab, not only being counteracted by the strikes early on, but the Stamper quick two-shot combo as well to single-handedly kind of seal the deal there. We are moving to game 3, Barnacle and Dime zones, and with both these sides, yet again, coming down to just execution with very similar comps. What could be the main focus here in terms of these specials?
I mean, before we talk about the specials, Rocket, what we've seen both games is one team win the first fight, and then that team keep control over the zone. Even when Durangard managed to push onto the zone on Mahi, Real Madrid stayed around the zone and kept their control. We're going to Barnacle and Dime. It's the map where that dynamic is the most prevalent, where you're going to see that. So it's very much... We need strikes right now. Both teams need to find a way to push back in, because losing the first fight could cost them a lot.
Yes, and another focus as well will be the crabs on the plat, typically seen just to provide massive overhead, basically massive paint support in not only the zone, but in whatever fights each teams want to secure here. And off-rip, you see the pronounced just presence of Durangard on their own plat. They're managing to find that early pick onto the dualies of Real Madrid. With that numbers advantage secured and that crab delayed on the other side, they will get that quick control here, as that bucket managing to stay alive from Real Madrid is really nicely done. But I mean, the quick presence, them all hold that plat control for Durangard and move forward, and the other team allows them to get that first fight win.
Durangard right there, holding the zone, forcing Real Madrid to use their special a bit away before painting, and here comes the Zipcaster trying to create some chaos, not doing enough, but it's pencil versus pencil right now. Durangard is going to hold the zone. thanks to that, they know they can jump in. A zip is already deployed, though, thanks to the cooler. Can that zip find the splat? It looks like it's going to be enough. Jurengard got a good push, got a good lead, but now with the wipeout, it's Royal Madrid's turn.
Yes, can you get a similar retake to what Royal Madrid just did to you? That is the question here. You need specials to kind of move in fourth, though. You need this crab, which is now online. The cooler is as well, and the Zipcaster. All specials online. The pen for pen trade will be found here, but this will favor Royal Madrid as they still have control of the zone. They still have so much space to kind of work. Three-player down situation allows Durengard to barely stay alive and still just by a hair hold on to that lead. The jump out not quite in time, but Durengard take a massive sigh of relief as they now have a little bit of space and time to work with.
And we're still fighting for that zone right now. There's constantly a fight happening. There's constantly a player getting splatted right now. Ooh, that jump is going to save itself thanks to the dodge rolls. Real Madrid still in the fight for the zone, and with 2 down on Durengard. Durengard still able to maintain some control over the zone. Miner dancing around but getting splatted. Real Madrid back on the zone with a lot of paint around. I mean, there isn't that much penalty. That could be a lead swap.
Yet again, Durengard, life on the line. Just a lot of specials to be used now. They do have to worry about the counter strikes. Time ticking down, like you mentioned. They don't really have the luxury to sit around. 3 players on the side of Durengard fall, and that will mean the lead is in favor of Royal Madrid. Molly, the splash, last player standing on the side of Durengard, trying to make something happen on the right side. Still managing to dance around and stay alive, but still, time still ticking down. 20 ticks remain. You need to get into the zone fast.
Now the zone is taken by Durengard, and with 2 minutes left, they have plenty of time to come back. But still, that's a pretty good lead for Real Madrid, who are going in already. The Stamper getting a first plat, looking to get more, getting a lot of attention from Durengard, and forcing them to look to the side. That's going to allow the rest of the team to get in with the crab, and now the Zipcaster is ready. That's a retake by Durengard. Are pushing. They want more. They want that platform, and they're getting on it.
Yes, they want to secure this control, but Durengard have really just exemplified and really prioritized keeping that plat control and taking Royal Madrid's other one miner with the trip strikes going out now, looking to secure that aforementioned plat, forcing these players on that left side, but here comes the flank from the dualies, managing to clean up 2, and Royal Madrid looking good again with a minute remaining. Gotta get these specials online to kind of counteract Durengard's, because as you see here comes the crab and the Zipcaster also available for them as well, leaving these players on Royal Madrid kind of running for cover a little bit.
And right now, Durengard trying to hold the zone, but it's so rough with Royal Madrid constantly going in. With 45 seconds left in the game, Real Madrid, all they need to do is maintain their presence, and they are ahead of the zone, keeping the fight forward. That's what you want to do. 30 seconds left, and Durengard throwing the strikes into the zone. They know they need to cap now if they want to get back into this game, but it's so hard for them right now. They're on the zone, but they're not able to cap it, Rocket.
Yes, and without any penalty to worry about, if Real Madrid are able to get this zone control, they could easily win this, but 10 seconds left on the board. Durengard desperately just fighting with everything they have, all 4 players healthy and alive, but here come the counter strikes, all being invested, and with a quick zone flip, that will be the end of that game, as Real Madrid will take the lead in this set despite losing game 1, now up to 1, and with the set on the line, move to potential set point in this game 4.
Yeah, that's Real Madrid, 1 game away from grand finals. And they've been fighting hard to get there. I mean, Durengard, they had so much control over the zone at some point, but Real Madrid were always able to push their way back in. It felt seamless. Whenever they wanted to get the zone, it felt like they were simply moving forward and getting it. It's like when a team like that gets their coordination and moves as one, it's so hard to stop them.
Yeah, And I mean, it seems like that game won by Durengard definitely woke them up. It was a wake-up call saying, hey, do not take these players lightly, and Royal Madrid found their flow in that game too, and seemingly continuously doing so in game 3. So will they continue this stroke of brilliance, or will Durengard finally find this answer? We'll have to wait and see, but still, so far, despite all these games kind of being back and forth, we kind of expected as much just because of the same comps being run from both sides. But here are some little adjustments being made by Durengard, as we'll now be seeing that sticker Splatana for a Booyah Bomb instead of a Zipcaster.
I mean, Booyah Bomb means more paint on the zone, which is always a good thing, I think, right there. Durengard, no, they want to be able to paint, no, they want to be able to force their opponents to move. And they're gonna take control of the zone early, pushing their way in, but losing their stamper already as Real Madrid activate the Crab Tank and take control. But the Crab is punished, it's 2 vs 2 right now, and with the strikes and the Booyah, Durengard are going to keep control over the zone.
Yes, very contested between both sides, but Real Madrid holding firm, just barely. 1-for-1 trade will be had as Miner on this bucket, just trying to still maintain this elbow control. Such a pivotal spot to really hold here. 2 specials online for the side of Real Madrid, but Crab and Zipcaster now being popped to maybe make the situation even more dangerous. Kind of working in combination with each other, but will go down. You do have plenty of space for Durengard to kind of really operate here, especially with that Booyah Bomb being invested, and now they will be able to take that control of the zone, at least very temporarily.
Yeah, right now Durengard around the zone, post dodge the strikes. Can they get in? That's a very nice jump out as the Zipcaster is going behind Durengard, forcing them to look back. That's a trade that's allowing the rest of Real Madrid to keep control over the whole map. Look at that, it's 3 down on Durengard, and Real Madrid are still pushing forward.
Yes, this Crab in a wonderful spot on the left side by Real Madrid, being able to get clear sightline and pester the rest of Durengard. They do go 2 players down, so there is an opening, but Durengard's stamper goes down. That Booyah Bomb no longer alive and in commission. Miner really being the only player with a special available will pop the strikes pretty early here, which will buy some time for the rest of Durengard to rally, but without any retake specials available, remember that Booyah Bomb is delayed a little bit, and it does go down. 3 players fall for Durengard, and without any penalty to worry about, it is looking like Royal Madrid can kind of hold this if they just hold on for a little bit longer. Miner going down as well, and it looks to be the case. In a gentleman's sweep, Royal Madrid will take that set and secure a rematch in Grand Finals.
I mean, Durengard, incredible players, so good, but Real Madrid right there showing a different level, a different speed. Took them a game to wake up, but once they woke up, they were very much on top of these games, not letting Durengard get their control. That's a 3-1, and that means our grand finals is now known. It's going to be Real Madrid back against MD.
Yes, and little reminder, MD got the better of them in a 3-1 victory, a little bit more lopsided than many would predict, but those games still fairly close. Will it be the same story here in Grand Finals? We'll have to wait and see, but before we get to that last break we will take before we see the conclusion of this Triton-Cup, but don't go anywhere. This set will be the conclusion, and who will be the winner of 109 Triton-Cup, that will be answered here shortly.
And welcome back. It is now time for the grand finals of this tournament. Our seed number 1, Real Madrid, going against our seed number 2, MD, but MD is on the winner's side. MD beat Real Madrid in winner's bracket, which means they only need to win one set in order to be your Triton-Cup champions. Now, Rocket, are you ready to watch these two teams go against each other? And we've seen Real Madrid, they've awoken, they've gotten better and better in this losers finals, so they're coming stronger.
Absolutely, and we're seeing some similar maps that we saw in that winners finals, particularly Mahi zones, but if it so needs to be a game 5, we see our first introduction of Hagelfish Market finally. A map that has been kind of missed a little bit so far, but I mean, we already kind of know what to expect from both these teams already. We've seen them already, like you mentioned, in winners finals. MD running that Octobrush, which is very, very unique to them, but has been proving wonders as Mox has been able to find those opening picks, which has been a problem for Real Madrid, as Real Madrid running this pretty standardized comp. If you're unable to get the value out of those specials, it can be really hard to hold and retake, but to the strength of MD, they've been able to find answers to finding those picks.
Yeah, found the answers indeed. It's and then it's a matter of the big question is, can Real Madrid survive the onslaught from MD? MD playing their weird comp, creating the surprise. If Real Madrid now, they can't be surprised anymore. They're not allowed to. They're on the loser side. They have seen what MD is doing. They've had time to think about what happened, to review the games maybe, and to prepare a plan. Now, it's all going to be a matter of, can Real Madrid punish that brush for going in? Can Real Madrid buy the counter? And we'll see exactly that going on Robo-Roman, a map that we know Real Madrid plays pretty well on.
Yeah, and it's not only Mox on that brush that they have to worry about. Devin and U-Snipe there with the E-Leader and Stamper respectively, able to kind of back up the firepower that Mox has been able to put out. But on the other side, Reiki and Slurp, again, being the Stamper and Bucket, really being your more frontal weapons to try to find the opening, to try to counteract this aggressiveness, will need to find those picks themselves. Ips being the only player really, the heavily reliant on the side of MD to paint, running that zap. If they're able to kind of deal with Ips, I think it would be a really good way for them to maybe find an opening. That's something that they haven't found yet, so will they find the answer here? We'll have to wait and see, as we will see the return of the same comp from MD, and no surprises on the side of Real Madrid.
Yeah, we knew these weapons were coming, and now let's see how it's going to go. The players are going to decide things, and U-Snipe already getting splatted in the opening. That's Real Madrid finding the counter and punishing the brush and Stamper for overextending, for being a bit too aggressive right there. That's the opening Real Madrid wants, and they're not stopping Rocket. They're getting more and more splats. Right now, 2 down will force them to wait a little bit, but they're still in there with the zip. Can MD get back onto the zone?
It's looking very difficult for them to do so, and this is exactly like you mentioned what Real Madrid wants. You want to be able to combat that early aggression and continue with your own counterattack, although you cannot hold MD forever, as you see right there. They're already back in control of the zone, forcing these players of Real Madrid back, but a great opening from Real Madrid regardless, but you have MD with their much aggressive comps, just always looking for fights, as one is found there, and potentially 2 by U-Snipe.
Now, MD holding the zone and just simply keeping themselves. They're trying to get through that elbow, but there's so much firepower on the other side. They'll be forced back onto the zone by all the forces of Real Madrid, who are very much eager to paint. The Kraken is coming, and the Kraken is punishing. Huge play by Mox right there. MD is keeping their control and maintaining their power, and with 2 down, MD just 20 ticks away from the KO, are holding that zone. Real Madrid don't know what to do right now. The strikes will be enough to paint and will allow them to breathe a little bit at least.
Yes, but I mean, MD punching right back with a quick counterattack, kind of just living up to the theme of you cannot hold them for long in a quick matter of, I believe, like a minute. They already turned the tide of this entire game, but with Real Madrid in control of the zone, they can't be counted out as well. You do have your bucket going down here early, so it will be a 4v3 retake in favor of MD just to try to get into the zone. They will be able to find that pick, and here comes Mox with that Kraken to draw away the pen as well. But I mean, still, Real Madrid fighting bitterly to the very end to hold the zone, as they will manage to win that team fight.
Yeah, they win that team fight, and they win it well. That's 2 players down on MD. Real Madrid are no penalty and ahead of the zone, trying to push their way inside. Extra splats on the E-meter. That's going to slow down the push from MD. Real Madrid getting the comeback, getting the splats. Can they hold the zone? You snipe. Oh, punishing everybody with the stamper. That's MD holding the lead right there, but just by a hair, Rocket.
Yes, and new light has been spoken into MD here. 2 minutes remain in the match. You have that crab being popped on the side of Real Madrid, but will it be enough to contest the zone? It doesn't look like it, as just fast-pating U-Snipe already in the face of that crab does go down, but is able to counteract it. 2 players fall for Real Madrid here. Time ticking down on the penalty and time ticking down on this match, and the hopes of Real Madrid to stay alive. They need to have their specials hit here. Trip strikes are available for them to hold. The crab no longer available, and the trip strikes go down on the other side by Real Madrid. The quick pick is found. 10 ticks remain on the penalty, 8 in total. You have the trip strikes going in. Devin finds the pick onto that Zipcaster, but zone is capped by Real Madrid.
Real Madrid keeping themselves alive by applying penalty, but we're in the last minute now. They need more than simply avoid the KO. They need to take control over the zone, and MD is not letting them. MD is everywhere, getting so much paint. That flat onto it will allow Real Madrid to get back onto the zone to get some paint, but Mox is here to punish right now. It's non-stop action. 30 seconds left in the game, and MD are holding the zone. Are not holding the zone. Real Madrid are holding the zone as much as they can. Can MD get back onto the zone? All they need to do is paint once more. Mox with the Kraken, getting the 2 splats. That's easy zone for MD. Real Madrid now needs a miracle push.
Yeah, and Mox opened things up there. I believe that was actually a triple found by a Kraken. Rarely found here. 9 seconds left on the board. MD looking really good. You do have 2 players going down, though. They all cooler. You have a last-ditch effort coming in for Real Madrid. The specials were online, but it is not enough. A huge opening there made up by Mox, by that Octobrush on that Kraken to entirely wipe out Real Madrid. A great start to this game 1 in Grand Finals.
If you're only joining us, by the way, dude, thank you so much for the very nice raid. So this is Grand Finals of Triton-Cup, Splat Zone tournament. MD are seed number 2, who is on the winner's side, only need to win this set. They just took game number 1 off of Real Madrid. Wait, what?
Yeah,
score is
MD,
wrong. Real Madrid
MD won that one 1-0 over Real Madrid. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
MD is up 1-0, and MD is on winner's side, which means they only need to win this set in order to be your Triton Cup champions.
Yes, and these teams are very familiar with each other because they faced off against each other in winners finals. The reason why Real Madrid are coming from losers bracket is because of winners finals, where MD got the better of them in a 3-1s, and are still looking pretty strong against this team. Now, can they repeat what they did in that previous set? These teams face off against each other in Mahi zones. Reminder, MD did win on this map.
Yeah, I mean, MD coming in strong. They have the speed, and right there, it was Mox getting a triple with a Kraken. That really sealed the deal. That really got the whole map for the team. But let's get in game number 2. Oh, the game has started already.
Yeah, it looks so, and we have MD with their signature aggression already in the zone with that first fight already won. They are sitting very pretty. They do have 2 players down, though they're more frontline players, and specifically that brush taken out with some space being created. You do have this first real good opening and this quick counter by Real Madrid here in this blue, while on the other side, MD in the yellow.
Yeah, right now, MD are fighting as hard as they can, but Royal are very much in control, putting themselves on the open and snipe, holding, and what a move right there. They are not letting it go. That's 3 down on to MD, and they are not stopping, and they're keeping the splats going.
In this bucket, managing to find so much value there. Finding 2 trip strikes will be back on as soon as they respawn, but 3 players fall for Royal Madrid, which will allow MD to kind of retake a little bit of the space. It's seemingly looking like Real Madrid matched the aggression that MD has been bringing and has gotten a very sizable lead, but this is MD. You remember in that previous game, you had them down significantly, but they can come back very, very quickly. With them in control of zone, there's not a lot of penalty to really worry about, so Real Madrid have to get their specials here soon. You do see the Twink dualies coming out from Real Madrid as a key change, I just noticed.
Yeah, these dualies, if you have a bubbler on the zone, you're kind of guaranteed to get the zone, especially with these dualies that dance around, put so much, and here comes the bubbler ahead of the zone, taking control. Real Madrid, they don't want to simply fight for the zone, they want to dominate, they want to take control of the game, and that's how you have to play at this level. MD, now they're forced back so far back, they're getting back onto the zone thanks to the Zipcaster, but the rest of the team is kind of late behind. The Kraken is coming in, that's going to be enough to allow it to paint with the Zap. Very nice push by MD, and with 2 players down, it looks like MD are going to establish themselves, take control of this middle area.
Yes, and Mox being able to kind of clean up, doing wonders yet again. MD out of their penalty points here, so Real Madrid have to keep going with their retakes, finding success in them. You have almost the fall off there by Phoenix, really nicely done to kind of recover, managing to find one. Does end up falling on the other side though, but a 2-for-1 trade will be had in favor of MD, trying to just clean up these last fights here. You will have them securing that zone finally, but every single time it's seemingly like they're scoring little by little. Real Madrid are still knocking at the doors, threatening to retake back the zone.
Yeah, but MD are done with their penalty, now extending their score. They are eyeing that lead. Can Real Madrid get back onto the zone? The strikes will allow them to push in, but they lose 2 players and they don't cap the zone. MD simply holding, simply staying in control, staying in there. They're gonna get the lead. The bubbler is not enough because MD is fighting so hard now with 2 players down, and Devin just tap shotting with the leader. That's enough. The leader and the Zap got the wipeout. Stop. What is happening? MD up 2-0.
In absolute bizarre fashion, MD strike from behind yet again, securing the 2-0 like you mentioned, and Deja Vu, they win again on Splat Zone's Mahi. We are looking at a potential sweep in Grand Finals, maybe trying to one-up what they did against them in Winners Finals, but MD looking resilient and almost unstoppable here, constantly taking these fights. Ips staying alive, remember, being the only primary painter on MD, still staying alive and holding firm, and just being that stalwart for the team, allowing the rest of them to have the peace of mind of knowing they can take these aggressive fights and win them. It is looking really, really bad for Real Madrid. They need to bounce back.
That last fight was Ips and Devin with the Zap and the leader against the frontliners from Real Madrid. And I don't think Real Madrid was expecting MD to still fight back. They And simply MD, no fear at all, able to take every fight and forcing Real Madrid to do everything they can through pain right now. Real Madrid, I mean, they're playing better than they did in Winners Finals. Winners Finals, MD looked really better. In here, MD needs to fight so hard for each win, but they still get the wins. And going into Umami Runes, a map that is pretty nice if you have more range than your opponent, Milliliter. That could be nice for MD.
Yeah, and remember, Real Madrid are made up of 3 members of Frutella who were playing in the Splat World Series finals not too long ago, plus Reiki formerly from Vanguard. So these are top teams, but MD fighting really resiliently, really nicely done on their own. We know them, you love them, but I mean, in a way, they've always been able to bounce back and catching us off guard. So Real Madrid, even if they have the lead, they have to hold strong because MD have been able to find miracles out of nothing. So now on Umami zones, it is going to be a very intense fight with this double zone map.
Yeah, I mean, it's do or die. Real Madrid, it is do or die. But as you said, they're top players. They've been through worse. They've been through every tournament you can get. They've had incredible defeat, incredible victories. Being down 2-0 is not going to stop them. They're gonna come stronger every game. And this time they're bringing a 52 gal. That 52 gal will allow them to take more risks, to take more fights. And I think that's a very, very good choice right now.
Yeah, on the other side, minor adjustment by U-Snipe going over to the Booyah Bomb as well, just providing that much more, managing to find that gal off rip. 2 players full on the side of Real Madrid, and this is what you love to see from MD, being able to get those first fights, but being quickly counteracted actually on the other side by Reiki, managing to find 2, finding one on Mox there as well, will allow them to get a little bit more space here, but this is what you want from Real Madrid to kind of start off with on their side, but can they hold? That has been the major question so far.
Yeah, right now Real Madrid going in. That gal is only going to get a trade, but a trade is nice as long as Real Madrid stays in control of the zone. MD fighting in their spawn, trying to find a way in. We're past the 50-point mark. And Real Madrid are holding strong. It looks like they're breaking the curse. It looks like they're playing better and better. And with 2 down onto MD, Real Madrid is taking full control. Rocket, Real Madrid is they just woke up. They're getting the splats.
Yes, absolutely. Mox, though, managing to find one onto this gal. 10 takes left here. Only 2 players stand to the side of MD, and that will be a wipeout. Really nicely done. That was very much needed for Real Madrid to stay alive in this, but it is not over yet. Still a tough hill to climb. Yes, you are now 2-1 here. A little bit more breathing room, but still, you have to win 2 straight in a row. And you have to win the next set in bracket reset to secure your victory. So really nicely done to make that minor adjustment, but will they be able to keep up their success?
We have a grand finals. We very much have a grand finals. Real Madrid able to remind MD who is seed number 1, who they are facing. This is the Real Madrid we wanted to see. This is the incredible players that can do so much when they are in the groove, when they find the groove, the speed, when they find the coordination. Now, going on to macro zones, it's going to be a different dynamic. It's going to be a very different map. We'll see if Real Madrid can ride that momentum that they just gave themselves, because Rocket, as you said, they didn't just win that game, they crushed it.
Yes, and that was definitely needed, not only for the morale boost, for the knowing that they have it in them to be able to win on such a monumentous effort. So they are not out of it quite yet, though it is still backs against the walls. It is still all pressure on you to make those adjustments here. love the pick with the Gal to add like that little bit more aggressive fighting that you mentioned at the beginning of that game, but will they keep it here? It is up in the air. I would like it here, I mean, to kind of bring the fight to MD, but now MD know that Real Madrid have the capabilities to kind of bring out that Gal, so it's all mind games at this point. Teams that have played already at this point, I believe, if my math is correct, 6 games so far combined between 6 or 7 games combined between winners finals and this so far. So by now they know each other's tendencies.
They know each other, they know what's going to happen, and at this level, it's about adapting, it's about switching up your game and making sure you're one step ahead. It's still match point for MD, Real Madrid playing for their tournament life right now. And bringing back that Gal. That Gal is doing the work. That Gal is to look out for, because it's very much a danger for MD right now.
Yeah, absolutely, but you do also have to worry about Mox. Remember, MD did win on this map as well, a map that was played in Winners Finals, and Real Madrid off to a great start though, being able to get that first control on the zone, but you do have to worry about these players, especially on that left side with Ips managing to find one onto the bucket. You Snipe now going in with the Zipcaster finding another, but I mean, Real Madrid seemingly have found a little bit of their groove to find the answers here and not immediately falter.
Yeah, Real Madrid in control, calm and collected right now, making sure that they maintain paint on the zone. They're forced to move a little bit out because all of the firepower from MD going in right there. And remember, this is the map where Mox can do so much damage with that brush going in, dancing around. The strikes are going to give some time for Real Madrid, but Mox is still on there, taking control of the stack, and it's now MD's turn to score points.
Yes, and you do have 3 players going down on the side of MD. Devin being the only player standing, with them falling. That is a delayed wipeout in favor of Real Madrid here. They have seemingly found their answer in that Gal, providing another dynamic to maybe keep these players of MD at bay. The Octobrush here is not being able to find the value that they once found in that previous match, just because of how aggressive Real Madrid, how much space they've been able to control. Devin found in a very difficult spot here, will be forced out, and with penalty points winding down here, Real Madrid looking really promising here to take this in a wipeout situation as well. MD with their backs against the wall, one final push remains for them.
Yes, that's all Real Madrid needed, to be back against the wall, to have no choice but to win the next game. Right now, they are playing better than ever, and they're tying up the score, which means we get a game 5, which means Real Madrid has the opportunity to get the bracket reset, Rocket.
Now it is MD's turn to start sweating a little bit here. What looks like a very promising 2-0 lead has been completely eliminated. Now a 2-2 set awaits us here in Grand Finals. One team, an opportunity to try to close it out, to win it all. Real Madrid on the other side to force that bracket reset. It is up for the final map here, potentially in Hagglefish zones, but we saw the adjustment that Real Madrid made with the Gal, and it's seemingly doing wonders for them. Real Madrid have been able to find that answer. It might be MD's time to maybe try to switch something up on their own.
I mean, as you said, like, Real Madrid, it's a new Real Madrid team that we're seeing right now. That's absolutely on top of things, not letting MD get away with the splats, with the aggro that they were able to have until now. MD need to switch things up, and we'll see if they're able to do so. They need to do it fast, because right now it's looking pretty nice for the Real Madrid. No change in weapons. Oh, we're back to the vanilla stamper for you, Snipe, but other than that, that's pretty much it. We're gonna keep playing what we're playing.
Yeah, and again, the strength of MD's comp is to be able to get these picks, to not really have to worry about painting over, as Ips is the only player on MD with good and consistent paint. So if they're not able to get these kills, MD will struggle in that department, especially if Real Madrid is able to hunt down Ips here. You do have the first initial scrum seemingly going the favor of Real Madrid yet again, as you do have them just trying to push the issue, trying to keep that aggression, because if Real Madrid aren't able to keep that aggression, MD will strike right back with aggression of their own.
And there's a few splats coming in favor of MD. The strikes will slow them down, though they're not in control of the zone yet. Mox activating that Kraken and not finding much this time. Penalty was applied by MD, but Real Madrid are still around the zone, ready to fight. Oh, what? What just happened? MD simply going in as one and wiping out Real Madrid. They want to end the mayhem. They want to end this tournament right here, right now. And they're coming in strong.
Yes, and Keeley as well. U-Snipe able to kill that pen, will deny the cooler a little bit for Real Madrid. On the other side, though, you have Real Madrid with 3 specials online. That Zipcaster is available. You saw the trip strikes being invested, just trying to see if they can get into the zone. Zipcaster now being invested to try to hunt for these players, but Devin will find the kill. Really nicely done. Another found by Devin as well. The bucket, just the pen standing for Real Madrid, as MD will recover pretty nicely. A penalty has been applied, but what a great hold by Devin and the rest of MD.
Real Madrid has been getting faster and faster, and here comes the answer by MD, getting pop-off after pop-off, getting all the splats. Not much penalty left on them. Not much penalty left on them. Real Madrid needs to find a push very soon. They already got the splat on the Stamper, and they're pushing all of MD out. They'll be able to take the zone, and with 2 down, they're taking control. Oh, that's a bad super jump by U-Snipe right here. And the Gal is pushing in. Real Madrid finding the comeback right now. It's their turn to make good points and make their way onto the lead.
Yeah, this Gal is just causing so much disruption. These walls being a massive thorn in the side of what MD wants to operate with. And trying to go in with all this empty space. You have the Gal going down now with points ticking down. Real Madrid will reclaim that lead, but here comes Mox with that Kraken. We know how deadly they can be with this Kraken, being able to kind of space out the players and will allow MD to move in and secure that zone. I think another one onto Reiki on the back end as well, but still 2 minutes remain in this match. Plenty of time left on the clock, and Real Madrid still fighting bitterly as they will reclaim the zone with a delayed wipeout onto MD.
Real Madrid still in control, still with the lead, holding strong, less than 2 minutes in the game. MD, right now, it looks like they're struggling to get out of their spawn. They're fighting right there to keep control of that platform. Now U-Snipe activating the zip, trying to go in, is not finding much of a splat yet, and is going to be punished. That is huge for Real Madrid. No penalty on them, and they have numbers advantage, and they have the control, and they have 3 down. Rocket, Real Madrid right now getting... Oh, what?
There was a flank, the flank coming in behind. I believe U-Snipe was the last player standing from MD. The jumps came in from behind, managing to just outmaneuver Real Madrid, still remaining alive here. It looks really promising for Real Madrid to end it there, but MD with a potential second win, second effort here, still staying alive. Penalty points no longer a factor. 2 players down, 3 in total on the side of Real Madrid, and we could be seeing a change of pace here, Pat, as trip strikes will be denied. 20 ticks remain on the clock. Continuing to stagger is Real Madrid. Another pick found by Mox. The lead will be taken. Reiki goes down, and from a bizarre turn of events, MD remain alive and will end Real Madrid's comeback attempt, taking grand finals and taking Triton-Cup number 109.
An ending for this incredible grand finals. MD creating the surprise. I'm not sure, but I think it was Mox, the last squid standing for MD, behind everybody, able to get the super jump from the rest of the team to paint the zone. What a play by MD. able to completely disrupt Real Madrid, and Real Madrid didn't know what to do from then on. That was such a surprise, such a play, incredible. 3-2 for MDR, Triton-Cup champions.
And I want to highlight that Hail Mary of a play. Me and you both, I definitely heard it from you, but I was completely taken off guard by how MD was able to survive on that. A gutsy, risky play by MD to have all your players come in from behind, and it worked wonders. Real Madrid were not expecting it at all, and my jaw is still on the floor after that one.
We've had so many close games and set this whole tournament today. We've been blessed with great sets, and I mean, this final game was such a treat for us all. This is why we love to watch these top level players go against each other. Incredible game. Both MD and Real Madrid, like, we love you. Please come play more tournaments. We love it so much. But Rocket, it's still time for us to say goodbye.
Yes, of course. We have some housekeeping to do with, of course, our plugins. You can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky down there right on your screen. And you can find me also at Rocket_Splat on Twitch. But Pat, what about you?
Best way to find me is on Blue Sky. I mean, you can find me on Twitter at BadJRTom. It's written on your screen right there. If you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Sky as well, where I post a little bit more, though I'm not very socially active. And yeah, before we go, I'd like to give a special huge shout out to our wonderful observer, Sam Apurus, who's been doing a banger job tonight. And to everybody at Dapper Productions for having us. And thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is Girls Duo Cup.